Ooh, good evening, everyone. How is everyone doing tonight? You all good? It is absolutely boiling over here. It's been like 36 degrees. And right now it's about 27, 28. And this room does not have heating, so I'm sweating my nuts off. Yeah, so I'm going to be playing through the second half of 2.4 story. Again, I do this for every quest. Usually I play one on stream and one off stream just to double check. But for this one, I feel like I have to play both of them on stream because, yeah, to answer your question, Karime Nozomi, people were incredibly just so obnoxiously annoying, and I wanted to put some things to rest, right? Because if I just 1 second, let me just pull this up. Let me just pull this up for you. Okay, so let me just pull chat to the side over here. So this is the first time I played through the 2.4 story, right? And I had several people, and if it was just like one person, two people, I wouldn't really mind or really bother. But there was like several people in the comments here saying, "Oh, Yuka Sensei just doesn't get it. Like a media illiteracy. Oh, he just doesn't get it. He's not understanding anything. What's wrong with him? Why doesn't he understand? It's literally on the screen right now. How does he not understand? It's on the screen right now." I'm like, what the fuck are you all talking about? I understood absolutely fucking everything that happened. I did. I understood what was going on. And to prove it, like this morning before going on stream, I actually wrote down everything that I remembered, and I also checked on the the official Wuthering Waves cutscenes to double check as well for a couple of these. One was uploaded about 9 hours ago, which was pretty useful, pretty cool. So I actually went through everything that I remember about the 2.4 story, not just the second half, but the first half as well. I went through everything I remembered and everything that I understood and all the questions and all the things that I had like particular issues with. And I wrote them all down here. A lot. I don't know about you, but I think this is me understanding quite a fucking lot. Right. So we're just gonna go through this all right now, and then we're gonna play through it again and see if the questions that I'm bringing up do eventually get answered in any way, shape, or form. Because the way I saw the end of 2.4, I thought we ended on a pretty good note. Like me, chat, and everything else. I thought we ended on a good note. We all understood what was going on. There were still a few questions out there, but apparently, no, that's not good enough. If I didn't understand literally everything, and if I didn't say, oh yeah, it all makes sense, it's all perfect, then of course I just didn't understand what the fuck I'm talking about. And then clearly it's a problem with me. It's my fault. It's not a problem with the game at all. No. Right. Anyone that's saying that, fuck you. You're wrong. Right, so I just want to go through here. I'm pissed off. I'm just pissed off. I want to go through like everything that's gone on through the 2.4 story in chronological order, and let's see if we can get any clarifications or anything that's just been like addressed. I'm going to go through it all again. And the second half of 2.4. I'm going to go through it all again. And if we need be, we can like watch some Rubhen clips or footage to double check the first half of 2.4 too. So this is the story of 2.4 as I understand it. And you can feel free to let me know if I'm not understanding anything. Why is it not crashing out? Because I've been dealing with loads of comments like, 1 second. How does Marco understood story and lore and actually paid attention better than a proud Kurobot? It seems it's people's fault, it seems, not the game. And then there's quite a few. 1 second. Ryuko comprehension is very weak. He even gets confused by things that are literally shown to his face. Blood can't even understand what's happening before his eyes. Leave Wuthering Waves community, please. Better for you and everyone else. And then a few up here. I'm not going to get on Large Banana. If Large Banana is in the chat today, I want to just want to clarify. This is not really at him as well, but Large Banana, and this is what's really confusing as well. Every time you look at chat, I felt like you're not seeing what's happening. I hope that's not the case. I'm pretty sure that's not the case, but again, we're going to continue on there. And I've got one comment from here from Graven Ashes. I don't know if they're going to be in chat today. They say this, and again, this is not really a response to them, but just like everyone and all that sort of thing. I don't understand how people think the story is confusing or has plot holes. It was explained very well. You just have to, actually pay attention. They even explained it multiple times and had a whole section where both Cartia and Lupa spell it out for you. But apparently that was still too subtle for some folks. The only plot hole I can see is exactly why Cristoforo wanted to write this play in the first place. And it seems that the part of the larger mystery that will be explained later. And then, but no. I think there's a difference here. Like, the people that aren't paying attention are the ones that don't have the issues with the plot holes, because there are significant plot holes that if you actually paid attention, you're thinking, wait, how does that make sense? Because that was exactly what I was asking. It's like, okay, I understood what they were showing me. I understood what the story that was telling me, like, on its face value. But if you actually look at it in any way, shape, or form, just like a little bit deeper, you'll see a lot of plot holes. Falolo, I'm not going to look at that. I'm going to just show you guys how I understand it, and you guys can tell me if I'm going a bit like nuts. It's not. I don't think it's rage bait either, because I know Large Banana, not rage bait. I know Graven Ashes as well, not rage bait. Like, it's just like not loopholes. Plot holes. Plot holes. Sorry, should I say? Okay, so we're gonna go through just this here. Cartia goes to Septimon. Cartia breaks the incubation tube holding Mia the Threnodian, who shows briefly as Lupa. Rover goes to Septimon, not actually Septimon, but a sonorosphere of one storyline, notices traces of Cartia on Lupa. Abby is sealed, but can't come out. Cartia finds a beaten Lupa in a destroyed Septimon. Lupa says she's trapped in the city, followed by tidal blight. Doesn't remember her own name. Threnodian's power is used to manipulate Lupa's spear. This is in the fight where you're fighting with Rover and Lupa fighting against the other gladiators. There's some Threnodian power, like, forces the spear to aim towards Rover there. A question that's brought up that hasn't been fully answered yet, which I do expect to be answered in future updates. The Silvers have the power to control it? Is this true, or is this just a part of the story? Because at the end, we find that this entire thing is a part of the Sonorosphere story. So is it actually something that they were able to do in reality beyond the Sonorosphere, or is it something that only happens in the Sonorosphere? So I want answer to that one as well. See stories overlapping. Rover sees glimpses of other versions of how the story played out, like where there's certain when they're fighting. I've got it here. While they're fighting monsters, attacking monsters in that other story, they're also equally fighting the gladiators in their own story. So you see the cutscene where you control Rover, or you see Rover fighting against a massive horde of Tacit Discords. But at the same time, in the original story, Rover is also still conscious and fighting against the gladiators and the echoes that they're fighting against in the Great Aegon. So there's like two different stories, but like the consciousness of Rover is in two at the same time. So how does the consciousness split and still act independently? Is like Rover in the original story in the Great Aegon like moving on autopilot, and then the actual consciousness is in Rover that's fighting against the massive horde? What's going on there? That wasn't really answered. Cutscene of Cartia beating Arsinosa, we got that, and then once she beats Arsino, we see the dark tide oozing out of Arsinosa, corrupted by the Threnodian. See Maya being taken over by tidal blight, then we see Rover and Lupa go to the central hub, which was created by the Sentinel when they visited in the past. The hub actually has a lot of problems, I think, that need to be answered here. Lupa has an episode and attacks the hub, which leaks the Threnodian's dark tide energy, consumes Lupa and turns her into the Threnodian Mia. Rover confirms that the Threnodian has stolen the Sentinel's access. Rover says Lupa's role in the story isn't theirs, as in isn't the Threnodian's, and pushes them out. So it separates Lupa from the Threnodian that's like trying to overwrite Lupa's role. And then Threnodian manifests separately as Threnodian Mia, separated from Lupa. But I'm going to get more into the hub thing in a moment. Rover refuses to be the protagonist and sends Lupa into the book to face Mia instead. Okay, there's a problem with the book as well, which I'll explain in a minute. Rover traps the Threnodian's essence within the hub. Is it a script within a script or a story within a story? Because then we've got a book here that's behind Rover. So Rover has a book, but it's the same book that Cristoforo has in his hand, but this book was given to him by Frolova. So how does Rover have the book, but also Cristoforo has the same book? So Cristoforo needs this book to control the story, and still has this book until the very end, after which was played out, and we see Cartia fight against Scar and Cristoforo at the end. He still has his book, yeah, but there's a book within a book, and then you open a story within a story, getting a bit like Inception-ish. Okay, and then we get the different viewpoints from the 5 different characters. One plays as normal with Domina Julia betraying Lupa. This is the original 3-day story with Lupa. So Domina Julia betrays Lupa. The Dark Tide comes and kills everyone, including Lupa. That's the original story. That's the original 3 days. And after the 3 days ends, it recycles all over again. Okay, so that's just story 1. Story 2. Christopher replaces Lupa with Mia in the repeating tale, waiting for the day that it will consume the world. That's Christopher's point of view. Cartia sets for Septimon. The Dark Tide comes, states she wants to separate the play from the author. Okay, we've got Cartia's there. Forlova states that the past and the present intertwine. That's the past of the original timeline of Mia's 3-day Aegon, which is being intertwined with the present 3-day Aegon with Lupa, because Christopher needs an anchor from the past and something that's similar with the present, because he can't deviate from reality too far. So he uses these 2 points, which are very, very similar, of the 3 days and the 3 different protagonists, the 3 different victors, Mia and Lupa, to overlap them into each other to bring the Thenodian Mia and overwrite the Thenodian over Lupa to bring them back to power. So that's the past and present being intertwined there. Lupa is the protagonist that the Rover has chosen. That's the one there. But then we see that Rover is just like, nah, I'm not the protagonist. You're the protagonist. And he sends her into the story instead. See Fleur-de-Lis and Lupa. Lupa is being taken over by tidal blight. This goes into the flashback with the Cartia story there. Fleur-de-Lis says Lupa didn't forget her name, but someone stole her role and that her existence has been erased. Okay, so here's a bit of a question here. If this is Christopher's Sonorosphere and controls everything, why did Lupa exist at all to fight against him in the first place? Lupa is as much of a creation as Cristoforo as anyone else or anyone or anything else in this Sonorosphere. And this goes to my initial issue, my initial question of like, okay, this is a Sonorosphere, right? Got it, cool. I got everything that's happening in here is a Sonorosphere. What about reality? Because as far as we understand about Sonorospheres, they're like a bubble that exists within reality, and you go inside the bubble into the world inside the bubble, but reality still exists separately on its own timeline, right? So theoretically, everything that's in the Sonorosphere should be a creation of Cristoforo, which is cool. I got that. But what about in reality? Do these people still exist in reality or separate? Didn't you see that Christopher said he needs a gladiator to replace? Yeah, I know, that's what I'm saying. He's got the gladiator of Lupa to replace, or Mia to replace Lupa, or like the 3 different days. The original 20-year ago 3-day Aegon with Mia, and the present 3-day Aegon with Lupa. That's one. It's the real Lupa, not a fake one, but how do we know? These are the questions I'm just asking. When Cartia arrives in Septimon, everything was already taken over by the Dark Tide. This is something that is really, really confusing, because the 3 days, and it was stated several times, the story lasts 3 days, and the Great Aegon lasts 3 days. The 3 days of the story is like first day of Aegon, second day, and Lupa or Mia wins. And when she wins, she attempts to go to the central hub, but then gets taken over by the Thenodian and brings about the Dark Tide. And on that 3rd day, the Dark Tide comes, destroys the entirety of Septimon, and then the entire story resets. And it's been stated several times that the story reset multiple, over and over and over again. But when Cartia arrives there, she's already arriving on what could only be presumed to be a 4th day, a day that existed after the original 3 days. It was stated several times, 3 days and only 3 days. But Cartia arrives on a 4th day, after everything's already been destroyed by the Dark Tide, by the tidal blight. It's just like, I'm gonna read you out what I've got here, and then we can like answer questions and shit, or have questions answered. And this is again this brought up later. Mia sacrifices herself in Septimon to not allow herself to be taken over by the Thenodian inside her. Fleur-de-Lis defies the Thenodian in Raguna. So this is like time-wise. So first is the Mia story of like 20 years ago. She killed herself, throws herself into the ocean to not allow the Thenodian to take over and to basically save Septimon from being taken over by the Dark Tide. Then we get the actions in after that in Raguna, where Fleur-de-Lis defies the Thenodian, and then we got the whole setup that comes into the inverted tower. Events of 2.2 happen, where battle between Rover and Fleur-de-Lis with the Imperator's Gambit. then we see Katya travel with the nameless girl Lupa to see her and sees her fade again in that 4th day, it seems. Rover sends Lupa off into the book to rewrite her story. Lupa fights and defeats the Thermodian Mia and erases its frequency. Rover also defeats the Thermodian Mia in the central hub because that's also happening at the same time. Scene with Cristoforo and Scar. Cristoforo is holding the book that Rover is supposed to be in possession of. So are there 2 books? And how the fuck does that work? Because it's supposed to be Cristoforo's resonance ability that's created the sonorosphere. So without that ability, nothing can be changed. He just uses the book to manifest that ability. So even if someone else did have a hold of that book, they could not really change or affect the stuff that's happening in the resonance ability, in Cristoforo's ability, because it's his power, no one else's. They could look at the book, they could read the book, but they can't change the book. Then after that, we have Fleur-de-Lis attacks, both Cristoforo and Scar. Lupa bursts out of the script. Again, which script is real? The one Rover opened or the one Cristoforo is holding? There's 2 at the same time. Frolova takes a water droplet teardrop-shaped gem with the tidal blight and silhouettes of fish from Mia's helmet. That's in like an after story that's not really presented, but it's in the book itself. We've got the scene with Rover, Katya, and Lupa in reality. So then we eventually escape into reality. The 3 actually do exist and they do meet up. We got the cute scene, love it. And then finally get Abby finally able to leave, and then what the hell's going over here? Cool. Story as according to Katya. According to Katya, Katya sensed the Thermodian's power while she was in Raguna in Septimon, and she set out immediately. That's why she just went dropped everything and just went straight to Septimon. She slipped through a crack and entered the sonorosphere, severing her connection with reality. Cool, fine. She found Lupa, who had already lost her role. Because her story had already played out. The 3 days had already played out. Her role was overwritten by Mia, and the Dark Tide wiped everything out. So this is on the 4th day, which shouldn't theoretically fucking happen. She then traveled with Lupa, and said it's like for a long time. They didn't say exactly how long, but I'm assuming it was like several days, which shouldn't exist. She traveled with Lupa to find the cause of to find out that the cause was Cristoforo and the Thermodian. Cristoforo managed to erase Lupa's existence entirely. Katya goes into the aqueducts and finds the Thermodian as Mia in the incubation chamber. She fails to defeat it. Thermodian escapes. Then she fights Cristoforo and separates him of his ability to control the script. So basically saying that she managed to pull the script away from him. But still, this is still in that story. Cristoforo and the other overseers, Scar, Frolova, escape and the sonorosphere collapsed. Then she meets up with Rover in reality. So Fleur-de-Lis is in a version of the story, and she's got Cristoforo and the other overseers in that version of the story, and she's got that story open, and she won't complete it. So that's why she's keeping that page open, kept keeping that page there. So she's there, and Cristoforo's there, and they're stuck there until they can like close the sonorosphere. And then we've got on the actually definitions of like what's a story and what's a role, the theory on stories and roles. Stories manifest as reality. Story can't be too different from source. A limitation of Cristoforo's resonance ability, which is why I'm saying that the source, which was actually shown in the book, the source is the original 3-day Aegon from 20 years ago. The fiction is the current 3-day Aegon of the present. But these 3-day Aegons that we're already being a part of, that we're seeing play out in this 2.4 story, are separate to the actual reality of the actual 3-day Aegon. So we've got the fiction 3-day Aegon, and we've got the reality 3-day Aegon. We have no idea what happened in the reality 3-day Aegon. Just so we're all clear. Roles define the identities of those inside. Losing your role means to lose both your name and memory. And this was a concept that I was very, very familiar with, because if you've seen the Monogatari series, there's something happened very, very similar in there with, what's her name? The vampire girl, like she started to lose her power because people started to lose, forget who she was. And then basically the entities in that world, when the more people believe in it, the more people give them the power, the more they exist in reality, and the more they have that power as well. So this is a concept I was very, very familiar with. It's been something in other series as well. I have no issues with that whatsoever. Mia didn't exist. It was Lupa who won the 3-day Aegon. This was in the original 3-day story. Can't change the source too much. Swapped Mia and Lupa's name. This allowed Mia to summon the Dark Tide in Septimon. Not actual Septimon, but just the version of Septimon in the story. Just just the version of the Septimon in the Sonorosphere. And then onto the central hub. The central hub was established by the Sentinel and no one had ever entered it. Okay, this is the point. The central hub was established by the Sentinel and no one had ever entered it. This was established. No one had entered it. Mia didn't enter it. Lupa didn't enter it. Not possible. To activate the central hub requires two things. Victory, i.e. a blessing from Arsinosa, and a trace of the Sentinel. People have said, like, oh, no, Mia went in there. Or like, oh, no, Lupa went in there. No, they can't. They've got the first condition, the victory, and the blessing of the Arsinosa entity, the Lion of Glory, Lioness of Glory, should I say, but they don't have the trace of the Sentinel. So they cannot get inside that at all, which brings up another problem a bit later on. The Thenarian sets its sight on Mia, which means it never really looks upon Lupa too. Mia has victory, but no trace of the Sentinel. Why focus on Mia first in the first place? Again, it doesn't matter if you have victory. You need the part of the Sentinel too. If you don't have both, you can't get in. This was firmly established. Katsuya defeated but didn't kill the Thenarian in her story, but couldn't prevent the corruption of the central hub. How the fuck did the central hub get corrupted in the first place if no one can get inside? The Thenarian had the imperative frequency. Not at that time. From what I understand. Not at that time. Because, one second, let me pull it back up. One second, where is it? Timeline. Alright, here. So, 20 years ago, we got this part here. Isn't this already imperative since 20 years ago? This is where it's like really ambiguous because it's not stated like at all. Like, so this is like 20 or 25 years ago. But if you want to say it is, sure. But they never state that at all. They state several times that they need the trace of the Sentinel, which is something that Rover has. They said she's a failed vessel. Yeah, Mia doesn't have the Sentinel in her. Fleur-de-Lis does. Well, Katsuya does, should I say. But not Mia. Right, where I was going. Okay. So, Katsuya defeated but didn't kill the Thenarian in her story, but couldn't prevent the corruption of the central hub. Again, how that played out just doesn't make sense. Well, could make sense, but it requires you to make a lot of assumptions. 1 second, where did I get Fleurs attacks? Have I read that one? Okay, the reason for seeing Lupa and Mia flash between each other, this was the Thenarian attempting to replace Lupa and to use her to corrupt the hub. Use its power to destroy Renacita. The hub was already corrupted in the earlier story. Somehow. Because when we, as in like Rover and Lupa, get into the hub, Lupa like goes a bit crazy and throws her spear into the central hub, and then it just explodes with dark energy. It was already corrupted. So why they still need to do that, whether it's when it's already corrupted, makes no real sense. Katsuya's balance is shifting. The Thenarian's power is growing stronger, possibly due to the Dark Tide in Sonora. That's just another thing that was mentioned. Dark Tide started as a result of Lupa's death. So Lupa needed to die first before the Dark Tide to happen. And then once Lupa died, that's what repeated the story over and over and over again. But then if we remember back at the previous story, Lupa was very clearly still alive, but the Dark Tide was still there. The Dark Tide still took over everything. Lupa remembers walking in Septimon and destroyed by the Dark Tide. The Dark Tide didn't start until she died, so how was she alive in the region corrupted by the Dark Tide? Then after that, Rover meets Lupa and goes on their journey in the story. Events leading to Lupa's death, just to clarify that. Lupa failed to... This is the original story, without Katsuya, without Rover. This was the original 3-day story that Cristoforo wrote up. Okay? Lupa failed to expose the match fixing. She was deceived by Domina Julia, but still won the title. Then her memories blurred, possibly under the control of something. When her memories return, Lupa is in the central hub, pressing her spear into a control panel. The dark tide surged. Again, how did Lupa get in there? She doesn't have traces of the Sentinel. All Septimon, at this point anyway. Later, when she meets Karthia, she does have a trace of Karthia, which you could argue being a trace of the Sentinel, but this is like after. And after that, all Septimon is swallowed by this dark tide. 3 days of the story where Karthia didn't rescue her, Lupa always died on the first day. Always died on the first day. This was stated, again. So even if she didn't get to the third day, which is the third day of the Great Aegon, she died on the first day. Unless you want to say that the first day was the third day of the Great Aegon. But again, when we get into the story, we're already 2 days before the third day of the Great Aegon. So if we're in the story before that, that means we're on the first day, which is when, again, it doesn't fucking make sense. Karthia saved, this is when Karthia comes in now. Karthia saved lost role Lupa when she's like the nameless girl. Lupa's role was eventually taken over entirely and disappeared before Karthia's eyes. Before she disappeared, Karthia gave her a sliver of her frequency, which brought Rover to Lupa. After Lupa vanished, Karthia destroyed the incubation chamber experimental unit and chased the Thenodian. Again, if this story is supposed to repeat over and over and over again after Lupa dies, then that doesn't really make sense. But although you can argue that because Karthia is there, she's forcing the page to stay on that page and not turn the page and to not continue the story, to repeat the story. Even though the story did repeat, because it had to repeat, because that's when Rover gets in the story. Karthia then defeats Arsinosa, who was being controlled by the Thenodian. Then Karthia finds the central hub. Okay. Thenodian stole the Sentinel's memories and permissions in 2.2. This was that, which is why they forgot they transferred some of their knowledge and power to central hub in Septimon. So, yeah. Central hub holds a special frequency, which is a message for Rover. This is what the central hub was like containing. So, again, it's just so fucking weird. The interaction with Frolova, this is like back in the first half of 2.4. This is, again, a bit of a confusing, which like you need to like clarify. Rover falls asleep when he goes to the Leonidas Hotel in the Sonora story, in the Sonora sphere. In the dream, or is it actually a dream, or is it reality? But Frolova says it's an illusion. But if it's a dream, how did Rover have the script when they woke up? So if it's a dream and it's an illusion, how did they get a physical manifestation of a script of something that Frolova's not supposed to have, Rover's not supposed to have, Christopher is supposed to have? And if Christopher didn't have it, you could argue maybe Karthia somehow snatched it away from him. So either way, there's supposed to be like, there's like two books like that exist in the Sonora sphere that doesn't make sense. All right, cool. If it's reality in the Sonora, how does Frolova have the power to change the Sonora so drastically within Christopher's resonance ability? Because, again, in this Sonora sphere, Christopher is quite literally God, basically. Frolova gives the Rover the script, and the story only lasts 3 days. Again, this 3 days thing is being repeated over and over and over and over again. This is the story for Mia. Again, back in the past, Mia fell on her sword and cast herself into the sea to escape the Thenodian. Domina Julia fished her up and gave her body to the Fraxidus. The Fraxidus experimented on her until they awakened the Thenodian's essence inside Mia. However, this was actually revealed later on that it wasn't actually a result of their experimentations. Could have been. But it was mentioned that the only reason why she woke up is because the Thenodian's essence in the Inverted Tower was defeated. Awakened after the Inverted Tower events, after Rover beats the Thenodian in Fleur-de-Lis. So we've got, like, say, the Fraxidus think that they woke her up with their experiments, but then it said later on, no, it happened because the Thenodian in the 2.2 was defeated, so maybe they just can't exist at twice in the same time. The Thenodian took over Mia's corpse and formed an alliance with the Fraxidus. Mia's lingering reverberation was aware of everything and constantly tortured during this time, during the entire 20 years of this happening. Right. Biggest questions that I've got so far that I want to be like answered. Right, so everything that we experienced in Septimon was in a Sonora Sphere story created by Christopher, right? Cool, got it, that's fine. I've got no problem with that, that's fine. What happened to the real Septimon in this time? Because of everything that we understand of Sonora Spheres in the lore so far is that, like I said, they are bubbles that exist in reality, but they don't affect the actual reality around them. You can go into them to go into a more wider space of all the reverberations that are collected inside that sonorosphere, but it's not actually affecting reality. So okay, everything that's happening inside here, cool, no problem. But what about like actual reality, right? What happened to the actual real Septimont during this time? Was it okay? But you could also say maybe this was like a reality marble. Like if you're familiar with Fate Grand Order, you could say the entirety of Septimont was encapsulated in the sonorosphere. First of all, that's fucking massive. Second of all, holy shit. Third of all, okay, cool. Right. But was everything in the sonorosphere and subject to the Groundhog Day-like story events? So the actual area of Septimont was constantly being subject to over and over and over being taken over by tidal blight, because that had been stated out several times. Was it existing by itself separately? Separately, that's spelled wrong. Or the sonorospheres are small bubbles that you can enter, but reality remains unchanged. After the events of 2.4 and we escape back to reality, everything we did in the sonorosphere, in our story, is reflected in reality. How the fuck does this happen? I had the same problem in Encore's story, because we go into sonorospheres in Encore's story to find these items, right? And we get those items from the sonorosphere, from inside that fictional reality, and bring them into reality. How the fuck does that happen? Because that would break all sorts of laws, like just of reality, you know? Because that means you could just go into sonorospheres and constantly bring out new matter, new energy, new currency that would break the economy, first of all, of the world. How do you go into a sonorosphere that's supposed to be like a fictional amalgamation of reverberations and frequencies and bring a physical thing or have it affect the actual reality outside of that? It doesn't make sense. So like everything that we unlocked in our story, all the teleport nodes, the open boxes, the peaks of prestige, battles completed, all the tidal heritages, all sort of thing, all that's already done in reality as well, which shouldn't really make sense because we're not in reality, are we? Lupa's final story, Battle Against Mia, became canon and is what freed and broke the sonorosphere. This is the third story, so Lupa goes into the big book that Rover opens. So again, story within a story, which is, again, fine, but whatever. So how did the events from Rover's story get carried over and be reflected in reality, but not any of the events from Carthia's or Lupa's? I mean, you can say you can bring parts from Rover's story into reality, but like we've got several dozens, maybe hundreds of times where the tidal blight, the dark tide, completely swallowed up all of Septimont many dozens of times, but that's not reflected anywhere in the reality. So there are several things. You should watch lore videos about Wuwa. I do. That's the thing. I do. But because they overwrote them? Okay. So again, you're saying that sonorospheres have the ability to overwrite reality. All right, cool. If we're just like talking about one sonorosphere with one timeline, you could say, okay, that one thing happening there can overwrite the reality. But like saying, there are several dozen different timelines happening in that sonorosphere. So how is it only one of them affected reality and not any part of any of the other parts of the sonorosphere? And it was stated that the only physical law that was still in place is gravity. Everything else is shifting left and right. Wait. Because recapping the law, I'm going to go through the entirety of the second half of 2.4, like actually play through it again. But these are just the questions that I have. I think I've listed out everything that was stated and shown in 2.4 quite accurately. I'm just like asking questions about things that don't, at least to me anyway, make sense. People are saying like I'm not paying attention. I think I paid quite a fair bit of attention. But I'm just asking questions that I think to be problems, like just logic-wise. And you've answered them? 1 second. Okay. The near the Therodian's trace. The Therodian's trace got activated after it's sealed. What Mia had. Wouldn't the Therodian already be half horse, half fish anyways? Not in the original 20 years ago. Not in the piece of the Therodian that's in Mia, from what I understand anyway. That's why it has Sentinel's access. Again, if you want to say that, that's possibly a reasoning you could say, but it was never stated that Mia had any part of the Sentinel in them at that time. She never mentioned the hub, just mentioned a control panel. Yeah, the control panel was in the hub. She said she was in the central hub and that she was thrusting her spear through a control panel in the hub. Again, we can look at that again today if you'd like. But also she had traces of Thenurian already corrupted by a Sentinel. I think you mean that the other way around, but again, we address that. Nothing happened yet, but bullying foreshadows something will happen. Plus there's a rotten part of the book that hasn't, a dotted part of the book that hasn't revealed what is in reality part. You do know what laws of physics in the same as ours yet? Yes, I know, but they still need to follow some degree of laws of physics, like thermodynamics, for example. You're trying to apply real laws to a world where they stated that their laws broke down except for reality. Not all, right. Where do you think echoes come from? Reverberations of frequencies. People don't die either just from frequencies. I never... She says that she dies in the story. Like her death in the story and becomes a frequency, she dies in the story. That's what brought about the dark tide. And it's been mentioned now how someone like Zhang Liao's friend was able to get his last words in Encore's story. But again, that was a reverberation, not the actual person. Even the Somewhere states about the Some Noir leaking into the real world. I've answered some... Okay, right. It's getting... Julia can control time. Yeah, to some degree. Not all time. Usually, Julia's time abilities are limited and all in scale as well. That's why they could only, at least at that point, control the area of Mount Firmament. The Thenurian assimilated with Imperator ages ago. That's how it gained knowledge and created its own resonators. No, as far as I'm aware, they didn't gain the ability to create resonators after assimilating with the Sentinel. That's a different thing that happened. That's a different thing. Thenurian just had that power. The Leviathan had that power like originally. Which happened 1,000 years ago? No. Right, no. Fuck this. I'm not allowing... Right. Where's the scene where we see Cartathea in the scene where the Thenurian and the Imperator are merging? Cartathea already exists at the time when the Thenurian and the Sentinel are merging. That was shown as well. Where is it? This one. Okay, we got that. Oh, sorry.
People waged war over their disparate fates. All this was ended by an unprecedented TD outbreak. The Dark Tide, so was it known. It ravaged a great part of Renacita. After the Dark Tide, Napoli, the first Primus, restored civilization from the ashes. He founded the Order to guide the broken Laguna.
Good afternoon, Blade Hand.
Yet, not long after, he went to be with the divinity. On his deathbed, he spoke to the believers. Once whole, the divinity was rent by warring creeds. From their holy wounds sprang the curse of dark tide. Though the woes of Renacita yet endure, the shattered divinity hath chosen their herald. On the grandest of days, the maiden, crowned with golden laurel, shall commune with the divinity. Thus she becomes the prophesied enlightened one, through whom Renacita's woes shall end. Then, the divinity
Did it show the one where
to its true form,
the Threnodian and Sentinel
under its glory,
separately, where they merge?
shall be a paradise, free of suffering.
The of conversation between Imperator and Reverend. It didn't start that one. Yeah, that one's. I'm talking about the one that's before that. I think you know what I'm talking about. The one where they show the two different one there. Is it in the first half? Maybe it's a different one. It was in the same style as that, as like the stained glass thing. When you're sitting with Zanny. Yeah. The one at the beginning of 2.0. So that was a different one, sorry. But you guys know what I'm talking about, right? Imperator says that Leviathan had been trying to create a resonator for centuries. Yeah. The one with the Vitrium Dancer. No, I don't think that's it. That's a different one. Anyway. To address these though, people saying that I'm not paying attention to what's being told to me, like I'm pretty sure I pay attention quite significantly. And I'm just having questions about the physics of things, the logic of things. The thing is though, guys, the thing that I want, that annoys me the most, that really annoys me the most, and I don't know what's happened in the past few months. I do not mind having conversations of like trying to figure out and trying to discuss and like have our little theories, because right now a lot of the reasonings I'm hearing for the most part is like theories based on throwaway lines that could mean one thing, but like a lot of stuff that I'm hearing anyway is like for one of these things to be explained away you need one theory, and then for another thing to be explained away you need another completely conflicting and different theory. So, but despite that, can we not just have a conversation about story and lore, and is it not okay to not 100% understand things or to see things from a different perspective and have questions about like does this was the reasoning that they were saying, but does that reasoning make sense? Is it not okay to have those questions without people throwing insults of like, oh, you're not paying attention, media literacy, just completely like, just like having all these types of insults being thrown. Like, people that have like responded to me, I've never said that, no, that's not true at all. All I'm saying is like, I'm seeing questions and I'm asking for answers. I'm saying some of those answers may be given in the future. Like, for example, when I said about the Domina Julia, like the Silvers, they seem to have the ability to control the tidal Thenodian power to some degree. What's going on there? Maybe that'll be explained in the future. But like, is it not okay to just ask questions? It seems to me, and I don't know what you guys have. Yeah, Nozomi, that's exactly what it is. I was going to say that as well. It's a defense mission. People are being very incredibly defensive right now about this game. That if anyone sheds any kind of skepticism on any part of the story, any part of the game whatsoever, people will just come out and be like really insulting. Like, no, the game's perfect. There's nothing wrong with the game. No. It's not the game's fault. It's your fault. The fuck are you talking about? What? And like accusing me of media illiteracy? I spend most of my time nowadays reading like light novels with all sorts of weird time jump physics things going on. And for example, one of my favorite stories, one of my favorite animes of all time was Steins Gate. I think probably the anime or the series that best got alternate realities in my opinion anyway, so far, that I've seen. And then you've also got like things like ReZero. All these other like Groundhog Day. I love Groundhog Day. I love all these kinds of like repeating time cycle type stories and alternate realities, alternate timelines, overlapping things. I love all these kinds of stories. I read them, I watch them all the time. So, and again, like I said, I'm still familiar with other concepts as well, like reality marbles from Fate Grand Order with Iskandar. But some of the people are just like really vitriolic. Ruka comprehension is very weak. He gets confused about things that are literally shown to his face. No. It's not the stuff that was shown to me that I have a problem with. It's the stuff that wasn't shown. It's the stuff that wasn't alluded to. It's the stuff that wasn't said that I'm having questions about. There's a difference. Can we get to that? Like, what? Blood can't even understand what's happening before his very eyes. Leave the Wuthering Waves community, please. Better for you and everyone else. And I've not really touched on it so far, but in that stream as well, I talked about how I think Abby is probably the most pointless character in this game so far. I mean, you've got characters that haven't been brought into the story, i.e. Kalkaro, although they've been brought in with Peaks of Prestige, Danjin, you got all these other characters that haven't been, like Yuan Wu, for example. They're pointless to a degree, but I mean, like, of the characters actually brought into the story that play a part, so to speak, Abby is by far the most pointless one that I've seen. Everything that Abby has done, someone else can do. Someone else can do. A lot of this stuff, a lot of the powers that Abby has, in my estimation, were originally just Rover's powers. But they just had to split them off for a reason to create a mascot character. And forgive me if I'm wrong, but the first time when I first made my "What Does Japan Think About Wuthering Waves" video, way back last year in, I can't remember what it was, CBT2 time, and someone in JP said, "Oh, maybe they could add a mascot character." I remember explicitly several dozen people in the comment section, and also other content creators, saying hell to the fucking no on mascot characters. No. Abby can consume frequencies, that's unheard of. Yeah, Rover could. Rover literally could. Rover's able to consume the frequencies. That's the reason why they don't need to have a gourd. And you could say, no, it's not really Rover that's consuming the frequencies, that's just Abby inside Rover. Then why have Abby in the first place? You're introducing another thing that's completely fucking pointless. So we all have to hate Abby? No, that's not what I'm fucking saying. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. fuck me. Oh. When have I said ever that you all have to hate Abby? When have I said that? Not once. Not fucking once. Not a single time. That's not what I'm saying. All I'm saying is, Abby is a pointless character that does things that could be done by another character or by Rover themselves if they just included those powers within Rover. Because Rover is able to resonate with frequencies in that world due to them being, I don't know, akin to God, the Arbiter, you know? Abby can communicate with echoes and TDs. Not really pertinent, because, like, again, for people that can communicate with echoes and TDs, other people can do that too. Like, say, for example, Phoebe can communicate with echoes and TDs too. That's not a thing that's, like, limited to Abby themselves. Yeah, exactly, V. Ferox. She cannot? Yes, she literally can. In 2.0, it was shown she was speaking. She's got friends that she's speaking to very quite often. She communicates them with all the time. That wants to taste Abby? Not for me, really. But again, this is something that's a problem with the community, I think. Like, just because I have a problem with something doesn't mean I'm telling you that you should have that same problem. If you don't have that problem, fine. Perfectly fine. I don't care. I'm just of the opinion that Abby is pointless and is just brings up more, in my opinion, problems, you could just say questions, than they solve. And when it comes to, like, tonal consistency within the world, every time you're going through this world, going through this really amazing story, every time Abby comes up out of Rover's hand, I don't know about you, but just completely ruins it for me. Completely ruins any sense of, like, tonal consistency there. Just like, pulls me out of it. I'm like, all right, now we're, like, here with Barney the dinosaur. Cool. We're going to talk to Elmo for a bit. Cool. All right, fine, whatever. If you like Abby, fine, I don't care. But just because I'm saying that I don't think there's a point in, much as I said in Encore Story with Ying, the other girl in Encore Story. I liked Encore Story when it was, like, to do with Encore, but everything to do with Ying, I thought Ying was completely pointless. Again, that's my opinion. I'm not saying you have to hate Ying. Never said that. Same thing with Abby. I'm not saying you have to hate Abby either. Not said that. I'm just saying I think they're pointless and they could be better served of, like, merging that into another character. It's a fantasy world, right? Yeah, but just because it's a fantasy... Okay, so... It's a fantasy world, so that means anything goes and you should be happy with anything, right? Okay, so let's go to Lord of the Rings. That's a fantasy world, right? Imagine if in, like, Lord of the Rings you have... Let's take another... Like, let's take Paimon, for example. Just for example. Fuck it. Just put Abby in there as well. You got Lord of the Rings, you got Frodo on his little quest. You got Aragorn there. In the middle of a massive battle. You got Aragorn, you got all the massive armies ready to come up. Then up pops Abby. Yeah, let's get him! I don't know about you, but that will fucking ruin the story for me. I don't care if it's fantasy. That's not a suitable excuse, in my opinion. It sounds like the same kind of thing where I say, I would like a bit more post-apocalypse in this post-apocalyptic wasteland, or not wasteland, or post-apocalyptic story that I was promised. And people say, yeah, but it means post-apocalypse means, like, it's after. This is like thousands and thousands and thousands of years after the apocalypse, so it's post-apocalypse, but you just don't understand that. You're completely twisting the fucking words there, Because if that was the case, we are living in a post-apocalypse right now. But would you call this current landscape in reality right now a post-apocalypse? I would say probably not. You could call it a dystopia if you want, but a post-apocalypse? Don't think so. Unless you go to certain areas of the world, then you could probably do that, i.e. the Middle East. Because we have had apocalyptic events, catastrophic events happen on this world, i.e. with like meteors and shit. So we're living in a post-apocalypse, right? But that's completely like twisting the definition of the words. I agree with you, Sensei, but people don't like it. That's fine. Again, Blaze Game, that's not really my argument. That's not what I'm talking about right now. I'm just saying people are twisting, people are using these weird excuses, and it is an excuse, in my opinion anyway, to like poo-poo away any criticisms of the story, or any criticisms of anything. Like, again, Abby, well, it's fantasy, right? So, yeah, it's fantasy. Like, yeah, and? So what? I think Abby ruins the tonal consistency of this fucking world. Personally. But that's for you, though. Aren't you being a bit arrogant that the story has to curtail to your taste? Cygnus, what the fuck, man? If I buy a game, if I see a game that's advertised to me as being, let's say, a horror game. It's a live service game, but let's say it's advertised as a horror game. Horror. Straight up horror. Maybe think of like a Resident Evil type game. Silent Hill type game. Let's think of a Silent Hill type game. I see the advertisements. Horror. Cool, I'm into that. And I play the game. I get like an hour or two of horror stuff in there, but then it like switches into, I don't know, maybe it switches into Legend of Zelda. For the people that want that. And maybe I complain saying, I would like to go back to the horror, please. And people would say, well, yeah, well, not everyone likes horror, so why should it curtail to your tastes? Just because you want horror doesn't mean you should have horror all the time. Like, no. This game advertised itself as being a horror. I would like this game to stay a fucking horror. Is that a hard concept to understand? Jesus fucking Christ. Use your brain. Does that make sense? Thinking of the wrong comments. I'm just like looking at chat and those are the first ones like pop into my eyeballs, so you know. Anyway, can we, so I've got these questions. We'll see if any of these get answered. This is what I understand from my first playthrough and watching some of the cutscenes on here. Oh wait, no. I did also watch a video from, I watched one video from Lena, who like also went through the entire story. I was listening to it, I was thinking, yeah, but that doesn't explain this, but yeah, cool. So, let's do this. One second, I'm going to turn sound back up again, do a bit more. So, Flames of Heart, focus mode. Your questions are answered half by 2.4 and half by 1. Well, okay, Marcin, we're going to play it through, and if I get another question here, then we're just going to stop. I'm going to talk about it and have the question answered. No, Flora, I'm just saying I watched a couple of videos on the lore as well to make sure I didn't forget anything, but yeah. Need more sync quotes in FGO? Fair enough. Second account, yes.
You've come, warrior! The mighty guardian, Eudicus Arsenosa, is not the kind of echo too warm to crowds.
Ferox, take
The
care.
lioness favors the strong, the unyielding,
Can we try
and the
JP dub?
battle-hardened.
Okay, sure.
Only
We can do
those she
JP dub
deems
this time if you
worthy
like.
will find her arms welcoming. But she is still an echo and can't talk.
1 second. Before you continue, I have a question. Do you know when the Thenarian tried to get Mia as a vessel, it was already merged with Sentinel? It was never stated. Like, as far as I'm aware, the Thenarian created Mia before they created, at least just before they created Karthia. But it's still, like, again, in the conversation with Karthia as well, like, a bit, again, in 2.2, it said that the Thenarian failed and failed and failed and finally had their only success, I'm pretty sure they said only success, with Karthia as well. So, again, when they say only success and it only happened with Karthia, but then they just bring out, oh no, not the only one, has another one here, here's Mia. But, alright. Shouldn't the Thenarian have died? In JP, shouldn't the Thenarian have been defeated? Yeah, I said the same thing. I never said the Thenarian died. I always said that the Thenarian was defeated. I always said that. Is failed but not success?
These sounds.
But she did have parts of the Thenarian in her. Mia also failed, so she couldn't resonate with the Sentinel of Thenarian. So that means that she didn't have part of the Sentinel in her either.
Did you feel something just now?
No?
I only heard strange sounds. Tell me, what direction did the lioness just look toward?
The Veil of Glory. It's where all heroes, blessed by the glory forged in iron and fire, find their rest. But on the long path of hunting, many died with their bodies missing. Only their weapons returned. Arsenosa's frequency is woven from the cries of souls in battle. The battered weapons still carry the will of their former masters, whispering the deeds left undone. To touch such weapons is a rite of great importance for those who claim glory in the great Aegon and receive the lioness's blessing. Hearing the voices of our ancestors by Arsenosa's side is a great source of strength for Septimontians.
Mia was too weak as a vessel, in my opinion. Fair. I don't think she was too weak. I think she just, like, defied the Thenarian just as much as Fleur-Elise did, but she defied her, the Thenarian by offing herself.
When I touched the echo in that village, I felt a layered and distinct frequency. It was like what Abby described on our journey to Septimont, but the source eluded me at the time. But now, I found it. The source of that power lies in the Veil of Glory. The closer the
Leviathan
lioness
is
gets
already
to it,
within parity when
clearer
they
it
created the
becomes.
vessels.
She waits for us there. Shall we go together? I'm not sure if Septimontian rituals will interest you, but you might uncover something useful, no?
Problematic NPC translation? I'm not sure what you're referring to. I'm happy to go with my fellow warrior.
Perfect. Let's head out.
BVRR, yes. He can't...
What is it?
Nothing. Just a dizzy spell.
He can't
Overexcitement
change
after the
reality
win.
too much from
or something.
actual reality. That was a limitation. That was stated.
Anyway, it's no matter. Let's continue.
Eyeball. Okay, I'll change it to JP for you guys. Voiceover. I think I prefer Lupa's English VA compared to her JP, just personally. What's that? Oh yeah, by the way, I've got a questionnaire. I'd like to go through this as well later, afterwards. Like, everything that we should be putting into the survey.
ここ数日は本当に嬉しいことばかりだったな。チャンピオンも無事に取れたし、これも相棒のおかげだな。
NA? Yeah. She's actually British, I think, if I remember correctly. So not NA, EN.
おかしい。どうしてこんなところに。
Again, this part here is like tacit discords from other versions, other realities, in other stories, should I say, overlapping and bleeding into this reality. That's my understanding anyway. Again, guys, feel free to tell me if I'm wrong about anything, because I'm trying to make sense of everything, because again, what they're showing me and what I'm seeing, as far as I understand it. But that's the thing, you don't understand what you don't understand. Like, you don't know what you don't know, as the saying goes, you know? Okay, answer me this. The dark tide that hit Septimon and killed Lupa is the first one or the second one?
もうすぐ着くぞ。英雄たちが眠る場所、グローリアベールに。
It was stated later on that Lupa has gone through her story multiple times. So the dark tide has happened over and several times already. And each time that it does happen, she sees a being, a fish-like being, grow bigger and bigger every time that she loops past that. So there's already been like several dozen times where she's gone through her story, where she dies on the first day of this 3-day story, from what's been stated. And then in one of those other loops, that's when Carthea flies in through one of the cracks. Again, convenient crack, but and then does that thing. But yeah, she's already died several times. So the dark tide has already happened, even at this point in the story. In one of the other stories, should I say? Again, guys, tell me if I'm wrong. Yeah, I think the fish thing is the corrupted form of Mia, from what I understand. The thing that Lupa sees each time she dies, and each time the dark tide comes into in the story. The Lady of the Sea, yeah. The closer to the Veil of Glory, the more the normal world and the anomaly overlap. Whatever lies ahead must be the key to all this. Yeah. Okay, I've got a recap here. All of it.
カルテジアは俺に連絡すらせずセブンヒルズまで来たということは突発的な事件に巻き込まれた可能
Something
性
must have happened to prevent her. Again, she got stuck in
リナシータで
her
ここまで
story,
できる人といえ
in
ば
a version of her story, the one that she got trapped in.
ラグーナで倒した名式くらいだ
Like she was in the
セブンヒル
Snow
ズには採取に対する信仰がないだから名式はこの地で縄張りを確立できなかった果たしてそうなのか信仰を通じて名式は信徒の精神をコントロールできるラグーナからの移民のミアは
Veil of Glory is the center for Christopher's Forte, perhaps?
臨海教団の信徒だ
We didn't see enough of where he was hanging out when Fleur-de-Lis was there. The fish thing is a result of the experiment Christopher mentioned in the dungeon below. Again, I'm not sure if that's true. Could be, but from here, it just seems like there's just tidal blight happening, which is just from the dark tide, i.e. from the Thenardian's power, so not sure about that.
チャンピオンとして認められる大切な儀式がグローリア・ベールで行われるとしたら
Abby was blocked because he doesn't have an equivalent role for him in the
ミアもそ
story.
こに向かったはずだ
Well, okay, so what would be the equivalent role for
もし
Rover?
かしたら
Or the equivalent role
そ
for
こで行方不明
Katia
に
in
な
the
ったのかも
story?
しれないミアが闘技場で見せた混乱や幻覚制御障害の症状は明式に精神が侵食されてしまった影響だと考えられる
Signs of the Thenardian's corruption. Again, this is like from like 20 years ago.
主人公に近ければ近いほどより大きな力を持つそれは時に筋書きすら変えてしまうとフローバが言っていた今回の闘技大会の主役はルパだそして数年前の
Yeah,
大会
so now the protagonist is Lupa, although Christopher did want to have Rover be the
これまで
protagonist, so you could
ミア
say
と
that
ル
for
パの
Rover,
姿が
but
入れ替わっているよう
again, he had no idea that Rover was going to go there in the first place, so that
も
was a
し
big
今の
gamble.
ミアが明式にコントロールされたままだとすれば主役が成し遂げようとしていること
Securing the protagonist's role is the key to its plan.
明式にとって
Again, so this is Thenardian trying to secure the protagonist's role, which right now is Lupa.
初めてルパに会った時彼女からカルテジアの周波数を感じ取ったそして同時に明式の周波数も感じた二人はすでに接触していたのかもしカルテジアもこの物語の中にいるとすれば可能性は十分にあるな
This part here is supposed to happen on the first day of
ル
the
パが
3-day
忘れ
story,
てしまったか無意識にカルテジアと接触したか
usually.
もしくは今なお明式の影響を受けて嘘をつかされているのかもしれないフローバが言っていた
Needs
よう
more
に
power to go stronger. Yeah, the Thenardian. That's why they're going through the cycle, to get more and more power each time.
彼女は黒潮の被害を受けたただの被害者か
I'll mention it later.
相棒ものすごく不安な顔をしてるけどよ私じゃ力になれねえかそのよかったら
3 days also important because it's Christopher's power limit. Yes. So while we're here, I don't think I mentioned this earlier, but it said that the ultimate goal for the Thenardian in this Septimalt region is to get inside the central hub and to corrupt that and to siphon off the power from inside the central hub. And that's what they use to become stronger each time. But then, like I said, they weren't able to get inside. Well, because they said, well, Katia says that no one had got inside.
Oh. 悪い相棒そもそもカルテジアって人を覚えてねえんだ
To recover, yes. Using the power from the hub.
多分私が忘れてるだけだこの間から時々頭がぼーっとするんだ
These past days there have been moments where I feel lost.
よくわからねえこれが明式の影響なのかでももし本当に私に何かあったら例えばそいつが精神を蝕もうとしてきたら相棒として
Hang on a sec.
正しい判断を下せるよな
If I remember correctly, there was also another line later on from Lupa, who said that after Rover and Lupa separated, she didn't remember anything until she was standing in the hub. So like after we go through the Aegon, we get victory at the Aegon. Lupa doesn't remember anything from after we win the Aegon and get the recognition from Arsenosa, all the way until we enter the central hub. So like this moment right now, she doesn't remember any of this. So this could also be a moment where she is at least under the influence of the Thenardian. This was mentioned later on as well. Where was it? I remember writing that down too. Remember her name. I can't find... It's like she says she wakes up after that. Confusing the fake story here? I mean, that's what Lupa said. She said it at the very end. I'm sure. She gets all of her memories back after she enters Rover's script. Yes, she does.
いや、ルパ。
Because they're overlapping. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Right now, she's being overlapped by the
栄光を
Thenodian.
渇望し、死を恐れないという言葉があるようだが、時には生きる選択の方が勇敢だ。
なら、それでいい。信じてるぜ、相棒。あんたが私を信じてくれてるようにな。
物語の結末はもう変えられないのか、それとも
Story's end?
まだ間に合うのか。いずれにせよ、俺が未来を救えばいい。
Yeah, the end. Again, I went through all that earlier. That's in the original story. In the original 3 days without Carthea, without Rover. That's the original way the story is supposed to play out. Yep, Christopher is a very messed up dude.
地面に突き刺さってるのは、かつて英雄たちが使ってた武器だ。セブンヒルズの伝統に従い、武器に触れると持ち主の声が聞こえるはずさ。
Would? Would what? Would who? Mia? No. Not my type. Through endless battles in the surging dark tide. One second, read that again. Through endless battles in the surging dark tide, kin and warmth were lost, and all softness and love faded away. All that remained in his eyes were the sight of white flowers blooming across barren fields. This is a question. As far as I'm aware, the dark tide only happened in Raguna, right? Septimon didn't have a dark tide until this one, which is being forced. So this dark tide that the Thenodian in this story is trying to set into motion, there hasn't been a dark tide in the past. With the first dark tide? The first dark tide was in Raguna, no? Am I misunderstanding? Septimon did have one? I know Raguna did. It's said in the next dialogue? That's when it moves the capital uphill? Yeah, okay, fair. Fair. Completely fair. I'm just misremembering there. Again, it might have been like a throwaway line, but yeah, no, that's completely fair. I'm fine to say I just didn't remember that one. So, yeah. No one knew why she sought the battlefield, or wanted to escape another. She shed her gold, tore away the honor binding her, and turned her back on the proud house, shackled her, rejecting the eyes that followed her. This silence, it is my victory. Andre, welcome in. Again, I just thought like the tidal blight like type areas, like this area over here, the Mournfell Canyon. I thought that was like from something else, or like looking back on it, I thought it was something to do with the Thenodians' influence in this Sonorosphere already leaking out and not actually occurring yet. But again, that's perfectly fine. I just don't remember. Guaranteed someone's going to say, see, he's not paying attention. There's a difference between not paying attention and just not remembering in the moment. Southwest area? No, there's two different areas. The one with the dragons and the one in the Mournfell Canyon area. This is my second account? Yes, it is.
テクスだ。
Underground's in the southwest area?
水域は覚えてるか？一緒にカルテジアの手がかりを探
I'm
し
even
た
thinking
ろ。
about the
あそこの彫像の原型となった人物がテクスなんだ。
area with the bleeding sky.
何百年も前にラグーナは黒潮の
Darkseid
最
bore
悪
down
に
on
見舞われ
Reganese
た。
and Septon didn't escape.
当然
Fair.
セブンヒルズも無傷じゃいられなく
Says
て
here,
な。
Septon didn't escape. Ages ago. Ages ago.
テクスは当時の総督の息子だ。
Hercules was the son of
セブン
Ephor
ヒル
back
ズの
then,
戦士た
and
ち
he
を
led our
率
warriors
い
to
て
face the Titan's
黒
sword.
潮や残像と戦う
He died in
リ
the cursed
ーダー
tide.
のような存在だった。
Okay, so this is where we're saying
最後は黒潮の中で力尽きて終わりを迎えた。テクスの剣も黒潮に
his soul
汚
was
染され
corrupted
ちま
by
っ
his
た。
followers, but still was the last to
それで
bring
も
it back.
戦士たちは彼の剣だけでも持ち帰ったらしいぜ。セブンヒルズでは強い感情の周波数は他のものと結びつきやすい。
Lioness of Glory was born from the fiery passions of
英雄た
heroes,
ち
so
の
she
強い
holds
感情
sway
か
of
ら
the
生まれた
weapons.
誉れのライオネスならこの武器に影響を及
I
ぼ
mean,
せ
this is normal. We have some info passed over. I know, that's what I'm saying. Like, people saying, oh, you don't remember every single line? You're not paying attention. I'm like, fuck. Give me a break. It's like, not, you know? Like, here. And Septimont didn't escape. We're all clear. Septimont didn't escape. So, ages ago, in the age of Hercules, there was another dark tide. There was that dark tide that just swept over both Raguna and Septimont at the same time.
けどよ、もう時間が経ちすぎてる。今となっては英雄の記念物でしかね。
There are now two Septimonts, the real one and the one created by Christopher that can affect, corrupt the real one. That's my question, Andy. That's exactly my question. What the fuck is going on with the real Septimont? You know? Like, 1 second. Sorry. So, we've got Septimont, right? And we've got a Sonorosphere. Sonorospheres are usually tiny. But inside this Sonorosphere here, inside this tiny Sonorosphere here, we've got another Septimont about the same size that repeats 3 days over. This leads onto that. And this one is somewhere inside the original Septimont. Unless you're saying that the entirety of Septimont, it's not this, it's actually more like reality marble like this, where the Sonorosphere encompasses Septimont. So which one is it? Is it Septimont exists and there's a Sonorosphere with another Septimont inside it? Or is the Sonorosphere encapsulating Septimont? That's the question I want answered. I want to know what the fuck, like, which is correct? The first one? Okay, so we've got editor who's saying it's the whole, this one here, or we've got another one saying, we've got Falolo saying it's this one here with a small, this one here, but with a whole Septimont inside of it. One is meant to replace the other. As far as I'm aware, one is not meant to replace the other. My understanding of the story is that inside the Sonorosphere, Mia is meant to replace Lupa inside the Sonorosphere. in order to build the Thenardian's power strong enough to then escape and then to then finally leave that Sonorosphere and then wreak havoc on reality. So is it this, or is it this? Because usually, so far, from all the Sonorospheres that we've encountered so far in the world, it's been this one on the right. I thought Mia's supposed to replace Lupa in the real. No, Mia only replaces Lupa in the story. Septimon Real has not been affected but are prepping for the high tide. Septimon Fake, this one here, is in the Sonorosphere that Christopher... Again, so we've got people in the chat right now who are not agreeing on what is true. So I'm just saying, this is what I was saying earlier. For some things to be explained, you need to have one explanation, like say, this explanation, and for other things to explain, you need to have the other explanation. The left one is true. You guys can fight that. You can fight that. I'm just asking. I'm wondering which one is true. We've got people in the chat that are disagreeing with each other, so you guys can fight that out. I'm just saying. We don't actually know how it works by detail. Bitex, thank you so fucking much. That's exactly my point. We don't know. And people saying, you don't know? You don't know? Why don't you know? It was all explained. No, it wasn't explained. Thank you. That's exactly my point. Fuck me. Except we do. Well, Falolo, you're disagreeing with other people in the chat, so you think you know, they think they know. Are you sure you know? Sometimes has its own Genesis Nexus. That's why it seeks. The closest thing that I can remember, you're saying that we've seen the one in the Avenolium. The closest one I can remember is the one from where we go to the Thessalia Castle, where they say the entire castle is a Sonorosphere, but then if you actually leave it, then you see that it's not actually the entire castle. It's a Sonorosphere outside with where Cantarola is. It's a bubble, and then you go inside, and inside the Sonorosphere, it has a recreation of the entire castle. Wow. Nimbus Sanctum and Avenolium are Sonorospheres. The entire Nimbus Sanctum? The limitations of Christopher's power, as I understand it, is that when he creates his Sonorospheres, it has to have an anchor of something actually real, and he can't create anything that deviates too far from reality or too far from that anchor. And then another possible limitation, it wasn't confirmed, but like it was theorized, I think Carthea mentioned this, is that he can only create this reality for 3 days, and the 3 days cycle over and over and over again. Those are limitations of his power as I understand them so far. Again, feel free to correct me or say there's also another limitation here, or say no, that's not a limitation. I'm just saying that's how I understand it.
あそこから音が聞こえてくる。相棒、見に行ってみよう。
So this gets to the entrance of the hub. Well, it was theorized by Cartia that it's a 3-day limit. That's what she said, but it's not confirmed. It's just like one of her theories that she's said. It just brings up... One second, can I just pause this for a second? It just brings up a question of like, if the 3 days thing is a limit, how was it possible for the nameless girl, Lupa, that's lost her name, and Cartia to be roaming around there for longer than 3 days? The story's supposed to reset, because that's the limit of his power. In which case you could possibly say Cartia stopped from resetting, so it forced it to have a 4th day and a 5th day, or a 6th day, which would extend Christopher's power. 3 day isn't the limit. I'm saying that's one of the theories that Cartia said. She did say it.
Lupa.
Cartia at the end. Yeah, everyone lock in, everyone pay attention. This doesn't feel like the first time I've been here. So that insinuates that she's been here before in her other stories, in her other timelines. Okay?
ここの周波数は確かにインペラトルと同じだ。
This is how I usually imagine sonorospheres to look, you know? Not the first time? Who? Mia or Lupa? I don't know. She just said it doesn't feel like it's the first time I've been here. I want to ask you guys a question about this in a moment. Right. Yeah, here she's being overtaken. I want to ask a question in a moment.
Mia.
名式だ。ルパ、あなたにしかできないことを任せたい。
どうすればいい？
脚本を読んだら、あとは即興だ。
Rover just said it. Yeah. I know that version is the Thenodian Mia. Right. I have a question.
力の喪失にセブンヒルズ人を怯えている。誇りが高いやつほどそれは強い。死は恐ろしくね。でも屈辱や失望は別だ。 だからユリアは私を騙したのか。結局何も聞けなかった。
No, not about the power.
黒潮が
Got
全
the
てを
spear
飲
in
み
the
込
hub.
み、死は彼女に訪れた。今度は私の番。
I want to get your guys' interpretations.
今日は昨日のごとく潮に隠れ
This is Christopher, like how Christopher wanted the story to play out. It's like overwriting Lupa with
泳
Mia.
ぐのです。可憐なる魚よ。甘い夢の中で繰り返される物語に登場し
Note here, as I said, Mia already had the sentence like this.
世界を飲み込む
Fair.
その日まで。
義人
This is all
様、
different pages.
挨
Yeah.
拶もできずごめんな
Well,
さい。
kind of. Just different perspectives.
懐かしの黄金の街が憎き潮に飲まれました。私は皆にささやきを送ります。紙は宙を舞い、ペンは落ちるでしょう。じきに作者の思惑から解放してみせます。
This play shall be torn from its author's hands. That's important.
音符が誤って転調してしまった。慈しみ深き金色の星よ、教えて。過去と今が重なり
This is where you see like the
この
overlapping.
物語で
This is through Rover's
あ
story.
なたの選択はどんな結末を迎えるのかしら。
It's complicated.
ためらう
How?
な相棒。あなたは俺が選んだ主役だ。
And this is a story that Rover
全ては
just
主役に
opened.
かか
So
って
he
いる。
opened the book and he chose
次の
Lupa
ペ
to
ー
be
ジ
the
を
protagonist.
迷わずめくって、その大切な誇りと尊厳を守るんだ。
So this should be a new story, a new page. Right. I want to just ask you guys' opinion on your interpretation on what just happened in the hub. Right, so Lupa just threw her spear. And it pierced the orb thing, the hub, and you had the tidal blight, the dark tide ooze out of it. Right. What's your guys' interpretation? That the dark tide was already inside that, it was already corrupted, and then she threw the spear to break it free and have it ooze out, or that with her throwing the spear is what infected it and caused it to ooze out dark tide. Do you think it's like already corrupted? You think the spear corrupted it? The way it looks, the way it seems, is that she threw the spear and it broke out and it just like oozed out. It was already contained within inside of it. That's some of the Thronium trace being sealed inside, in my opinion. Again, that's here. Some people saying the spear is what corrupted it. Her spear has the Thronium essence in it as well. I think the spear corrupted it. First one because it makes sense that, I mean, yeah, but the way it looks like it breaks from inside, you know? The hub is supposed to filter the blight, so it probably filled it with ooze. Alright. Contained to be studied by the horse god? Oh, you mean the sentinel, the imperator. Okay, I don't actually understand the hub thing that well, it seems. And that's my point. There's a lot of things that just people have differing interpretations. It's not fully clear.
夢いやあれは夢じゃねえ。それに
It
私は
lacks
一人なんかじゃ
exposition.
ねえ。
Mm.
相棒が希望を私に託したんだ。誰かと一緒に優勝する感覚、本当に最高だったな。
Rover gave her the mirror, not just the
相
script.
棒は
I mean, that wasn't shown, but sure. But I'm still asking the question, like, how does this script here exist, but also exist separately in Christopher's hands? So we've got two scripts.
ここはフラクトシデスのメンバーが作ったソノラ。
This is a Sonora created by Fraxis in the realm. It's a realm of stories. We got that.
闘
We're
技大
clear.
会に
That's
ついて
fine.
書かれたこの物語は
Okay.
3日しか持続しねえ。つまりカルテジアがここに来るまでの間、私は何度も似たような物語を繰り返してたはずだ。
The story of the Great Aegon lasts only 3 days. Explicitly, this story lasts 3 days. You got the Great Aegon from 20 years ago, and you got the Great Aegon of present. The Great Aegon of 20 years ago is with Mia. The Great Aegon of present is Lupa. And they're overwriting those 3 days. And I had wandered this same bloody story more times than I can count. So it's happened over and over and over and over and looping, like looping a looper.
そして黒潮は必ずセブンヒルズを飲み込んできた。あの半人半魚の
The
化
dark
け
tide
物
consumes Septimon,
も潮
and
の
that
中で
monstrous
どんどん
half human,
動き
half
出
sea creature grows even larger. Is this the Fraxis plan to feed it with
これは
Septimon's ruins?
フラクトシデスの目的なのか。
Mia isn't from the past 20 years. Yes, she is.
脚本間違いねえ。
She's from 20 years ago.
このソノラは確かに本みたいだ。ソノラの中の世界は一つ一つの物語の繰り返し。一枚の紙が何枚も重なり合ってできている。毎回新しい紙が古い紙の上に重なっていくんだ。前の物語で変わった筋書きは次の物語に後を残して。
Again, let's just read it for explicitness here. Each world in the Sonora is a story that keeps repeating. Like sheets of paper, all overlapping with one another. New pages keep appearing, layering over the old, and the changes in one story bleed through to the next. No, she's dead. Yeah, I know, she's dead, but Mia, the person, is 20 years ago, and she killed herself 20 years ago. They fished her up from the sea to overlap her 20-year-old story with the modern day story. With the current day story, should I say. The current story. Again, repeating over and over and over again.
So それでカルテジアが動き出してから黒潮の侵食によってついえるはずのセブンヒルズは
Pololo, yes.
相棒が登場するようになって正常な状態に戻ったんだ。
After the Cartesia's actions, Septimon, once destroyed by the Dark Tide, had begun to return to normal in the story where Rover arrived.
カルテジアは私を救ってくれた。私の運命を変えてくれた。
So in this time, I haven't lost my memory.
私を相棒のところに行けるようにしてくれた。相棒が前の物語で名式を阻止したおかげで、今回私は記憶を失わずに済んだわけか。
Couldn't Christopher have given a book to Forlover, then gave it to Rover, since he was already in Sonora Sphere? That's how it passed through a dream. I don't see why he would do that, because it would be like Encore giving away one of her woolies. She needs the woolies to manifest and to control her power, right? Same thing for Cristoforo. He needs the book to to manifest and control and direct his resonance ability as well. That's my understanding.
あの化け物の力は相棒によって大きくそがれている。中枢のエナジー
What if it's a
境地
copy?
に立たれた。
So how would a copy be able to manifest a story of itself?
あれはまだ完全な姿じゃねえ。私はカルテジアと一緒に化け物の本体の居場所を探してたんだ。
What we see lies in lower city's waters.
仮想の街の
What if
水
more than one
面
book?
にいるはず。
Not for this one story, no?
その信頼
But
は
again,
決して裏切らないぜ。
those are
相棒。
theories that haven't been confirmed or even alluded to. Those are a lot of assumptions you need to make to explain that. I'm just going from what has been told and what has been shown. The script is his resonance ability.
セブンヒルズの古い街並みが水に埋もれちまった。
The dark tide came from the orb. Okay, so
頭上に差し掛かる暗雲のように、セブンヒルズ中を覆ってやがる。
why would Christopher permit an overlap? I don't know. That's another question. I'm getting confused. Like,
早く元凶を探し出さねえと。
how would he not have control over his own resonance ability? In that sense, you know? Two copies for each of the villains? I don't think so. And even if it was a case of it being a copy of the script,
前の
it
物語
doesn't matter if...
カルデジアと来たの。
One second. Well, again, I'm focusing. I'm going to ask a question in a moment. I'm going to propose an analogy in a moment.
もう長くは持たないようだ。そうだな。これが結界か。
Right, so just, while it stops here, people are saying that the book is a copy, possibly, but even if it is a copy, it shouldn't be able to manifest and affect the story or to create another page, because that ability is Cristoforo's. I'm just going to ask what you guys think. Do you think if someone got one of the woolies from Encore, right? If they got one, or maybe both. If Encore was sleeping and someone picked up the woolies, do you think they would have the same abilities as Encore? I'm saying no. Because as far as I understand it, the woolies manifested into reality as a result of her resonance ability and a way for her to manifest her resonance ability to control and aim that power. They're semi-independent. Yeah, but like they're still limited to Encore, no? Cartier takes away Christopher's power to control the script. Yes, that's true. That was mentioned. The book is a copy, but a real copy that can manifest and change the outcome of Scenario Sphere. But again, I don't think that makes sense, honestly. Because let's say, for example, say I'm Cristoforo, and this is my book. This is my phone, right? If I've got a passcode on my phone. I've got a password. This phone will not unlock without it being in my hand, without my thumbprint, without my face on here. It will not open, it will not work without these things. It's like, it's useless if it's not in my hands. So if someone gets my phone, right, they can't use it because they can't unlock it. They can't use the power of the phone. It has to be in my hands for it to work. You can copy your face and finger. Fololo, that's taking the analogy too stupidly. I get what you're saying, but like, no. It's an analogy, Fololo. What if you had your phone so it appears on another phone? It'd be like saying... Okay, if we're going to use the analogy as well. This... to use the analogy, it's like to make it more pertinent to the resonance ability. This phone will not even power up without me supplying the energy. This phone will not even power up without me supplying the energy into the phone. So if I'm not touching it and I'm not supplying the energy, it won't power up. So if it's out of my hands, it can't get that power. People can get it into their hands. They can like maybe see the front screen or something like that. Maybe they can do that. They can read it, but they can't use it. Sensei, the story can be changed by changing the protagonist. I think in this book's description it says the script plays out as it is unless... I get that. But I'm saying like having Rover be able to create a new page and a new story entirely. Changing... So Cristoforo makes the page. Katsuya goes into that page and changes the outcome. Makes sense. Cristoforo makes another page. It loops, a new page is created. Rover comes in, changes the outcome. Cool. But for Rover to actually create another page, I think that's just like a different thing. Being able to change the outcome and be able to create a new one, being able to create one is a part of Cristoforo's ability. Being able to change them is a side effect of outside forces being inside that page. But again, you are assuming, but again, I think you guys are also assuming as well, no? And that's the thing, editor, as well. That's just my question. Maybe Christopher has no password. Cool. But then it's also shown later on as well that Christopher still has the book in his hand. So how do these two books exist simultaneously? So that's just a question. Again, there are some assumptions being made, but there's also some assumptions being made on other people's side to explain away, you know? We don't know. And that's why I'm saying I'm asking the question, because we don't know. I remember everything about Septimon, but I can't remember anything about my name. You didn't forget. Someone stole your role in the story. Again, we got that. Even your name on the placards in the arena would be unreadable.
あなたの存在自体が抹殺されている。この物語を壊さなくては取り戻すのは難しい。それ
は残念だ。私は
Won't last long enough to see that happen.
持ちこたえられそうにね。
Coldrath, at no point was it shown that the book was taken away from Cristoforo.
幼い頃、大昔の話だ。私はセブンヒルズの噂を聞いたことがある。
Katsuya said that she stripped him of his power to change it in her story, but we never see the book being taken away from him.
彫刻や狩りを好む。そして男も女も死を恐れず、最後まで炎のように燃え続ける。ありったけの光と熱を放つ。
Yeah. wait until it stops. I don't want to miss anything. Right. But when I arrived in Septon, it had already been undone by dark hands. With the dark tide sweeping across the streets, the city was nothing but an empty shell. So by the time Katsuya had already slipped into the crack of that Sonorosphere, the dark tide had already taken over everything. So that's another thing. And what was I going to say? I think one part is Katsuya holding him to do anything else. Other part is that he wants to see if Rove can do anything new on the script. From what I understand, Relax, is that Katsuya stayed in that story to hold Cristoforo and also Scar, because they were together, in place to prevent that story from officially ending. If that makes sense. That was my understanding. When the autumn wind blew through the golden flags and
リナシータの民が血や涙を流すようなことはもう二度とあってはいけない。この悲劇を引き起こした者は
Need to take a drawing pad for this shit? I know, right? Something like, can I leave it to you? You can barely hear it. I'll turn it up. It's only like down 5 decibels. It's on max.
それは許さない。言っただろ。ここは私の町だと。あなたにしかできないことがある。
Ah, okay.
黒潮で痕跡を残した化け物の周波数は私の
Monster leaving its trace in the dark tide, I can feel it. Its frequency is similar to my
自
own.
分の力を受けられる共鳴者を欲して私を生み出した。
Many vessels before me failed.
私以外の失
Again,
敗
they
した器
failed.
はいくつも存在する。
Again, this is something that might have been due to my misunderstanding here, but when it said before as well, when the vessels failed, I don't think I was the only one that thought this. When it says failed, I just thought like they didn't even exist. Like they tried to create a vessel, they tried to create a person, but they didn't manifest into becoming a person. Like they just dissolved into frequencies before they could become a physical thing. So like that was my understanding of like Katsuya being the only one that succeeded at becoming, for lack of a better term, human. You know? She's a failed resonator, but she created in the... Yeah, I'm just saying, like, when it said before, when many vessels failed, I took that to understand as, like, they just didn't exist at all. Like, they were attempted to be brought into existence, but then they just didn't. They failed or they dissolved in the incubation pod. That was my interpretation.
今はまだ断言できないことが多い。私はこのまま調査を続けるが、これだけは明確に言える。
Same understanding, actually. I mean, I don't think I'm the only one that thought that, you know?
かつて私は自分の死をもって決着をつけようと考えている。
I sought to end it all. Someone stopped me.
しかし、ある人が私を止めてくれた。作り出された命でも呪いは解ける。もしそこに思いがあるならば、自分の力が小さかったとしても全力を尽くさない理由にはならない。私が塔を離れ、こうして普通の人間として生きられているのもあの人のおかげだ。あの人ならきっとここに来てこの悪趣味な物語に終止符を打ってくれるだろう。私はそう信じている。それだけ言うんだ。
Until Katsuya said what she just said. I don't think it was like that line. I think it was just later. It was a later line. Very quiet.
ならその目で見届けるんだ。すぐには勝てなくても根気よく続ければいい。今の私
Fumiko
た
is
ちにでき
probably a
なくて
vessel
も
too.
誰かが後を継いでくれる。自分の町を助けたいと思っているのなら耐えるんだ。どれほど辛くても、どれほど自分を疑っても必ず耐え抜け。私が来るまで疲れ果てながらもセブンヒルズの町をさまよい、この町を離れ助けを呼ぼうと必死になっていた時のように、
Don't know. Possibly.
新しい物語の中であの人を
Jump to a new
探すん
story
だ。
and bring my message to that person.
私が残した風の便りをどうか届けてくれ。
This is Katsuya giving Lupa a trace of herself to bring Rover to the story. And again, remember, every time she disappears, like at this part here, every time she disappears, she goes back in time to the beginning of the story to start a new page. Again, if I'm wrong, tell me.
教えてくれ。その人はなんて名前なんだ。
Yeah. Well, Felice didn't send her to next story. She knew it was coming, so she gave the frequency. The thing is though, like, again,
この下の宮
One
殿
second.
にいるのだな。
it was established earlier on that every time Katsuya dies, like, and then disappears and dissipates into energy, that story ends entirely. But because Katsuya is there, the story continues on. What did I say? I mean, every time Lupa dies. Sorry, every time Lupa dies. Yeah. Sorry. Did I say? Who did I say? Every time Lupa dies, the story resets. Sorry, I don't know what I said. Well, I meant Lupa. I don't understand why Lupa's infection doesn't carry over to next story, but Katsuya's frequency
シルバ
does.
ファミリーの資料によると
Again,
セブンヒルズは平原の水域につながる地下水道を作ったらしいな。
I don't understand why a lot of things that happened in the previous stories don't carry over into the next one. But yeah.
でも仮想の町は水に埋もれちまってるし、まずこの水をなんとかしねえと。
Katsuya decides to stay in this closed loop. Yep.
私の役が乗っ取られてからカルテジアは半人半魚の化け物と
After my role, okay, that's there. This is what happens after her role was erased and she disappears into energy to start her new story. After my role was erased, Katsuya must have found the half-human, half-sea creature, i.e. Mia, and the Fractidus.
相棒と同じように
Like Rover, she chose to remain in the closing of that page to give new stories a fighting chance.
チャンスを作ってくれた。
That's why she stayed there.
だから
That's why I only regained my name after I met the
私
warrior.
は自分の名前を持てた。
So, in the previous versions, in the previous pages, in the previous stories, throughout the loops, Lupa had lost her name entirely. She existed, but she didn't really exist. She existed as a person walking around, but she'd forgotten everything about who she was, her name, and the rest of the world had forgotten her name because she had been replaced with Mia. Then there was the story with Katsuya. Katsuya stays on that last page to glitch the story to let Lupa keep her name in the next story. And then in the next story, which is with Rover, Rover stays to do the same glitch, not only to allow her to remember her own name, but also to remember everything that happened in the past as well. Am I misunderstanding? Am I misunderstanding anything so far from that explanation? I don't think I am. Cool. That's what I thought the first time around as well, just so we're all clear. During our journey to the overlapping worlds, the warriors saw what the monster's doing. I tried to use Mia to steal my. It tried to use Mia to steal my role again. The corruption once more. Again, that's why we saw the overlapping type thing, but it didn't happen. Only I can erase it from this story. Only I can prove that I am real and it is fake. So Lupa needs to become the protagonist again.
数十年前、ミアはグローリアベールに行って行方不明になっちまったが、一体何が起こってたんだ?
The role and her having her name already happened on the Rose Loop. Yeah, she had her role.
苛まれてきたあんたにとって、セブンヒルズの街は。
One second. In Rover's Loop, she retained her name because she retained her role because of Cartia staying on that past page. But she didn't remember all of the other previous loops, right? But in that role, in that page with Rover, you still see the Threnodian attempting to overwrite, which is why we see flashes of Lupa to Mia to Lupa again. We see the attempt by the Threnodian, but it never happens. Lupa still remains the protagonist in that playtime, in that playthrough, in that loop.
Chika suidou no iriguchi wa旧市街地の鐘楼にあるはずだ。そうだ。この水域はもともとシルバファミリーの管理下にある。もしかすると眠ってる誉れの巨像を動かせるのかもしれねえ。
What I understand is the story loops because Christopher wanted Mia to accumulate power from Nexus Genesis. Mia steals Lupa identity to enter Nexus Genesis. Yeah, this is getting a bit further onto the story, but I understand it the same way. Like, the loop is meant to go over and over to continually get more and more and more energy through each loop until the Threnodian gets enough power, enough energy, grows big enough to escape and to manifest itself. Because the body of Mia, the corpse of Mia, is real, but it doesn't have enough power. So Christopher took the body of Mia into the Sonorosphere to accumulate the power, and once it's got enough power, once it's got enough strength, then that corpse that's been reanimated by the Threnodian is going to like leave the Sonorosphere, leave the loop, and go into reality to wreak its havoc. Again, that was my understanding. That could be a misunderstanding. Again, up to interpretation, but that's what I thought that meant. Not that the actual Sonorosphere would overlap and overwrite reality. Misunderstanding. Okay.
引っ越しで塞がれたり廃棄されたりしてる場所も多いけど、残ってる場所の扉だけでも開けられたらこの水を排出できるはずだ。やってみる価値はある。
It won't leave, but Christopher will still let it out. Yes. So.
潮の侵食が巨像の関節を覆ってやがる。こいつを動かすにはまずは侵食をなんとかしねえと。水域を維持するためにグラディエーターの矛を貯蔵する場所を事務官が設置していたはず。
Wasn't like Christopher wanted to overlap the Sonora to reality to bring the dark tide back again? I don't remember a line to say overlap onto reality. I know that there's a lot of overlap inside the story realities. I know that part. And my understanding, or maybe misunderstanding according to Prodigal, is that my understanding was like they kept the Thenodian in Mia's corpse in the Snowosphere to accumulate power to become stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger. And once it was strong enough, then Christopher would let it out of the Snowosphere into reality, into the real world. But it seems some people think that no, or yes and, that Christopher would also have the ability to overwrite reality itself. I don't know where that was said, that he could overwrite reality itself. Maybe I missed a line. I'm going to look out for that kind of line. I'm not trying to dismiss your interpretation. I'm just saying I don't remember that line of like him trying to overwrite. He will say overlay the snow into reality. All right. I don't remember that line specifically, but we'll see. Let's join the scene that goes. Okay, we're going to see that in a moment then. It's an underground lab. We're going to see it soon then. Don't worry. I remember him saying something, but I understood it as in meaning like that the part that he cultured and cultivated in the Snowosphere would be brought into reality. That was my understanding.
巨像が剣を持って扉を開くためには両腕の侵食も除去しねえと。
Where the fuck is Yuna and Augusta while this mess is happening? Not a clue. They're not relevant anyways. People of Sitmont still believe that Rover and Lupa are the winners of the Aegon, so Christopher... Okay, but that's a thing though, like... How? How? That was my question. How did the events of the non-canon reality story seep into reality? That's the question. That's what I'm confused about. How the fuck does that happen? Because they say, oh yeah, that happened, but yeah, how? Because Mia did win the Aegon. No, this is the canon storyline right now. This is this storyline that we're playing through right now. This is the one that gets completed. This is the one that becomes canon. 1 second. I want to write on this. This is crazy shit. Riding on a giant statue. Lupa in the loop always won the Aegon, yes. But Rover wasn't always in the loop. Like, not in this loop either. Rover's not in this loop, and this is the loop that becomes canon. Not straight too far from the original events. No, this is supposed to be the last story right now. This one that we're playing right now, this is supposed to be the last story. And this last story is the one that's supposed to overwrite reality. The Rover story isn't the last one. We'll go through feedback stuff in a moment. Not in a moment. Well, after I've completed this. Christopher will try to implement power in a failure like Mia. No, he did though. When he got Mia's body to experiment on. No, he brought Mia into the Sonorosphere to accumulate power because the corpse, the Thenardian's power inside the corpse of Mia had awakened, and he was like trying to build the power in that corpse of Mia with the Thenardian. This is my own theory. Normal people probably have their memory overwritten, while Resonator probably will be a bit confused about the situation.
水は全部排出されたな。今度は鐘楼に向かうぞ。あの化け物は水道の奥の地下宮殿に隠れてるのか。
Yes, but the victory of Rover and Lupa updated with this one. Can we revive our horse Imperator with the experiments Christopher has been doing? That was actually something I was quite curious about, because they said like the original Imperator, the essence of the Imperator was in the hub, so they could do something similar. Oh wait, where am I? Underground? Where's the Should be this, isn't it? Yeah. Imperator's body already vanished, right? Yeah, but so did the Thenardian's body. But if you had the essence, the resonance, the frequency of them, then you could theoretically bring them back. Like they did for the Thenardian.
地下宮殿の奥に入るにはまずはこの扉を抜けねえと。開かねえな。他の場所に行ってみよう。銅鏡が鳴ってるな。
Right.
相棒は銅鏡で過去の世界を見た。
Lock in.
ここにも何か痕跡が残ってるはずだ。
Okay, shut up.
約束通り海から拾い上げてきた。
素晴らしいですね、ユリア女子。約束を守ることは良い協力関係を築くための第一歩。分かっていますよ。セブンヒルズの現総督が元老院の言葉にあまり耳を貸してくれないのでしょう。その件についてはこちらで何とかしましょう。一杯の毒酒に小虫を一匹、一本のナイフに一度の偶然。あなたのように聡明な当主がいるのなら、シルバファミリーの行く末は心配いりませんね。
私はシルバファミリーのために協力しているわけじゃない。セブンヒルズのためよ。
This shows that Julia does actually believe that everything she's doing is for the benefit of Septimon.
荒波を生き延びるには正しい選択をしなければいけない。詳しい話は後日にするとして、なぜ海で溺れた死体を探させたのよ。
死体？ああ、ミアのことですね。前にも言ったかと思いますが、実は彼女こそこの地下水道の奥に立つ設備のコアとなる存在なのです。生死は問いません。あの体には我々が欲している情報があります。フラクトシデスは ここで長きにわたり実験を続けていくでしょう。その間この場所の存在を感づかれないようにしていただきたいのです。お
Dark
任せ
side
し
is
ま
still
す
the
よ
true threat
ユリア女子。
for now.
コアですって。その女の共鳴能力じゃ役に立たないでしょ。ミアには才能が
Like
な
she
かった
doesn't understand what he's talking about. Like,
競技場でもそ
how
うだ
could you use Mia of all things?
元老院のクズどもが担ぎ上げたからあそこまで戦えたのよ。民の注意と怒りを引きつけていなければ決勝戦にすら進めなかったわ。
そう興奮しないでくださいユリア女子。あなたの考えはごもっともです。しかしその少女
She
は
can't
無
resist her
力ゆえ
creator's
に
will in the
自
slightest.
分の創造者に抗えなかった
He's
の
talking
で
about
し
the
ょう。
Thenodian here as being the creator of Mia.
競技大会優勝は彼女に死という影を落としただけです。幸と不幸、好機と下船、軟弱と屈強。人の差がは状況次第で簡単に変えるコインの表裏と同じなのかもしれませんね。私は必然的な悲劇をとても好ましく思っています。
そうか。ミアはとっくに死んでたんだな。
Mia's been dead all
行
this
方不明にな
time.
ったのはセブンヒルズを出て行ったからじゃねえ。冷たい海の底は沈んだから。
So that first part is just us finding out that it was Domina Julia that fished up the body of Mia. She doesn't understand why, but she believes that whatever she's doing, she's working with the Fractus for the benefit of Septimon. And Christopher says that she's the key, she's the heart of the mechanism of what he's like working towards.
獲物が息をビビってるのか。ついてこの試合の始まりだ。悪党は噛み殺す。集まれ光の炎。
I still would like to know how or if it was actually the Silvers that controlled Lupa's controlled Lupa's spear when he was fighting in the Aegon. That still hasn't been answered yet. Was it the Silvers that used the power of the Thenodian to do that? Like actually, or did they just take the blame for it? That was for sure Mia the Thenodian. Again, I wouldn't say sure. There's been no confirmation about anything. It's still just a question that I'd like answered, possibly. Silvers have zero abilities, in my opinion.
ここもフラクトシデスのメンバーに改造されてるな。
But the dark tide leaking through the story again.
してるシルバファミリーの協力が
That's a theory, and it's a very, very possible, plausible theory as well. I'm just saying.
皮肉だぜ。
It's not any empty to build their den in the heart of our city. Yeah.
街にこんな巣窟を作
I'm
ら
locking
せ
in.
たなんてよ。
Again, this is another thing. These lines are not in the logs. Like if I go to here and I go to main story and I go well, it's not shown yet. Like in these logs here, those lines, which could be important ones, are not shown, are not listed, which I think is a bad idea. I think every line that's a part of the story should be in the log. This is where it says overlapping scenario? Yeah. Alright.
地下宮殿の実験装置を見たのですね。どうでした？
experimental units.
あの胸に刺さっている折れた剣がなければ今も生きているように感じたわ。
そうですね。何十年も経ったというのに、ミアの
It's been
姿は
decades since
今もな
Mia
お、海から
passed
拾い
away.
上げられた当時と
2
何ら変
decades,
わりが
to
あ
be
りませ
precise,
ん。
from what I understand.
彼女は我々に多くのデータを与えてくれました。
As the Thenodian's failed
形式に
resonator,
よって作られし共鳴者の失敗
failed resonator.
その死者
confirmed failed
は
there.
実に優秀と言えましょう。
Again, that changes the definition of what I
少し
thought to
前
be
の
failed,
話で
but
すが、例の漂白者の介入により、聖女カルテジアも塔から出ていきました。
It wasn't so long ago that Rover intervened and Katsuya broke free from that tower. The word intervened, though. The word intervened.
そしてミアの体に残存している明式の力の残滓は塔が再び外界とつながったことによって活性。
This line here says that after Katsuya broke free from the tower, after the events of 2.2, after that Thenodian, for lack of a better term, was defeated, that's when the piece of the Thenodian in Mia reawakened. I think. Just the way he's speaking there.
出したのです。
また何かひらめいたようね。
ええ。間もなく開演する闘技大会に合わせて良いアイデアを考えつきました。
At this point in time, he hasn't created his Sonorosphere yet.
ミアが死ぬ前も
The Sonorosphere starts at the first day of the Aegon.
そこを物語作りの軸とすれば、現実世界を完全に
This line
覆い
here.
尽くせるほどの脚本が書けるでしょう。
Because Mia also attended the tournament, and we've got an upcoming tournament coming up soon, is going to use these two connecting things of the 3-day Aegon to be the anchor point, which allows him to overwrite Mia into this current present day. Again, if I'm misunderstanding, let me know.
そこで
This is my understanding the first time around, but
あれ
okay.
とお話をしました。協力する気がないか確認するために。
明式とレビアタンは目を覚ましたの？
活性化したかけらだけですが、
A weakened,
脆弱で
cunning
狡猾
shard,
な
desperate to grow
己の
stronger.
力の強化を渇望する存在。あの魚のために物語を書き、当時は叶わなかった続きを実現してみせましょう。
I'll fashion a story for this sea creature, enabling it to fulfill what it once sought, to have the dark tide swallow Septimont whole.
明式は当時、ミアを通じてセブンヒルズの中枢を見つけ出し、信号塔システムを汚染しようとしました。たとえ失敗したとしても、
So this was the
あ
original
のチャンピ
goal
オンの心をコント
using
ロ
Mia.
ールすることで、セブンヒルズの上層に入れるでしょうからね。
Right? This was the original goal.
ですが残念ながら全て失敗に終わりました。あれの精神侵食に抗えなかった少女は死をもって己の意志を貫いたのです。少女は剣を己
This is very
の
much a
胸
similar
に突き刺し、血で
thing
むせて
as the
死んでしま
Thessalians.
う
Like
前
they
に
would rather
自ら海へ
off
飛び込みま
themselves
した。
than be fully taken over by the Thenodian. From my understanding, anyway.
面白いと思いませんか？たとえ同じ状況でも力の差によってまるで異なる結
Yeah,
末
that
を
was
も
one
た
of
ら
the
す
main
のですか
the
ら。
main goal of the Thenodian in Septimont was to corrupt the beacon, to corrupt the hub. Yes, I have, but I can read it again after this.
ラグーナー王陰謀を潰したというのに、 片や自分の生を終わらすだけで精一杯。凄惨で痛ましいドラマチックな死。なんと味わい深く愛おしいことでしょう。
あなたの趣味に興味はないわ。クリストセブンヒルズの結末が気になった。
What ending have you penned for Setmont this time?
短気な読者ですね、君は。今回の脚本は名式の残存する力を育てるための増幅期に過ぎません。その力が大きく育った時、私はソノラを現実に重ねようと思っています。
This play is nothing more than an amplifier designed to nurture the Thenardian's lingering power. As in, like, so he created the Sonorosphere in order to allow the Thenardian to continue to grow stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger. Once it grows large enough, I'll overlay the Sonoro onto reality. Okay, Asian guy, the way I read this, because like the way this line reads here, this play is nothing more than an amplifier designed to nurture the Thenardian's lingering power. So in order to grow the Thenardian. Once it grows large enough, once it, as in the Thenardian, grows large enough, I'll overlay the Sonoro onto reality. The way I understood this, and again, this is interpretation, but the way I understood this, you could say misunderstand this. I was like, once it grows large enough, once the Thenardian grows large enough, he would release that into reality. Not that the Sonorosphere itself would actually replace reality, if that makes sense. Like the thing that's being overlaid onto reality is just the existence of the Thenardian that's been incubated in the Sonorosphere. Does my understanding make whether you think I'm right or not is one thing, but do you understand how I understood that or misunderstood that, whatever? But you see the way it's written, right? You see the way it's written? Designed to nurture the Thenardian's lingering power. Depends on what overlay means. Not clear on what it means. Yeah. I'm assuming this it here was in reference to the Thenardian, because it's talking about designed to nurture the lingering power once it grows large enough. So I understood this it to be the Thenardian. Same with JP Dub. What's it? I'll double check.
今回の脚本は名式の残存する力を育てるための増幅期に過ぎません。その力が大きく育った時、私はソノラを現実に重ねようと思っています。
Right. Yeah. When he says it grows large enough, he says in Japanese, once its power is strong enough. Again, it's using the same word that it used for to nurture, sodateru, to nurture. So again, it reads like it grows large enough. Once it becomes strong enough, is what it says in the Japanese. Once it becomes strong enough, it seemed like it was referring to the Thenardian. But I can hear slightly off here, but yeah. They want the power of the Thenardian, yes. Like this, I think this is the line that changes. It changes everything, you know. Depending on your interpretation of what this Sonorosphere is and what the Sonorosphere is for. Like if you think the Sonorosphere is like this or like this, and whether you think the Sonorosphere is to grow the Thenardian and release it into reality, or if it's to grow the Thenardian and replace reality, depending on these two things, it completely changes how you understand things. You know? Does that make sense though? Do you think that conversation, that understanding or misunderstanding, depending on where you fall on this conversation, does that make sense though? Next two lines reinforce it. Okay, let's check.
ユリア女子に適切なチャンピオンを選出してもらうとしましょう。
All it's needed is for Domino Julie to select the right champion.
脚本の主
That's just like
役を変え
to
るこ
put
と
the
くらい
loop into
造
place.
作もありませんからね。
That's just to put the loop into place. Hang on a sec.
私が黒潮で作ったゆりかごの中で育ち次第、アンセムを高く歌うパラダイスパレードはセブンヒルズからリナシータ中へ広がっていくでしょう。
Once the sea creature grows within the cradle, once the Theridion grows inside the Sonorosphere, I forge from the Dark Tide. Okay, it's like forcing the Dark Tide in the Sonorosphere. The hymn of journeying paradise will spread from Septimum to across Rinsita. The hymn of journeying paradise, isn't that just talking about the Dark Tide? Overlay Sonora onto reality. Overlay this. Yes, it's talking about the power, like the stuff that's happened in the Sonora into and onto reality, like not to replace reality. And even then, there's like that's this line here. It's insinuating that the Sonorosphere is a separate entity to actual reality, and that actual reality is existing on its own while we're in this story. I'm wondering if reality is still happening by itself, and we've got the Sonorosphere, which is separate. Again, for me, it seems more like reality of Septimon here, and a Sonorosphere with another Septimon inside the Sonorosphere. For me, that insinuates this is true, which again, Flolo, that's going to your point. So in this reality here, there should also be another Lupa, like an actual Lupa. The actual reality Lupa. Not the Lupa that's inside the Sonorosphere.
Kimi mo omoimasen ka? ミアのことなどすぐに忘れてしまったセブンヒルズ人よりも、私が死者のために作った物語の方がロマンに溢れていると。
もし失敗したら
And what if it fails?
失敗しても構わないのですよ、フローバ。物語とは己の運命に対する想像と演習に過ぎません。この脚本を通して漂白者が私の物語の主人公になる
This is where he says that he wants Rover to become the protagonist of his story.
英雄が試練に打ち勝てると証明できるのなら、それに越したことはないですよ。
気色悪いな。セブンヒルズをおもちゃみたいにもてあそぶだなんて許せねえ。人を死へ追い詰めた物語の何が味わい深いってんだ。
Because of something. Yeah.
あっけねえな。まずはあんただ。恐れてるのか、勝利を追い求めて。悪党は担いでこい。
Yeah, but Rover chose Lupa. Yeah, to be the protagonist in this story, in the final story, the one that ends everything. If Rover kills Lupa, Lupa is dead forever. That will cut the Rover when he killed someone. He still gets a tragedy. Perhaps. Perhaps. Rover was with the Fret Sisters in the past, I believe. Or worked with. Again, that's a theory. Plausible one. Possible one. Probably will happen, though, to be honest. Right, another one here. Still lingering. As in, this is the reverberation, the lingering reverberation of the original Mia. Overlap the last page in its reality. Yeah, and this is the last page, which doesn't include the fight. The Great Aegon. This should be a new loop. About, I wonder if I can get a good shot of this. I want to try and get a good shot of this. Did you guys see it? There was a gem hanging just on the helmet there. Alright. I do, without a champion and the Lion Beast, I cannot touch the central hub left by Imperator. This gem, by the way, is the thing that For Love was trying to get. This one here. This teardrop type gem. A playwright always keeps copies of the scripts. Yeah, but it still shouldn't have the power inside it without being held by the person that has the ability, the resonance ability to create sonorospheres. Is my understanding anyway. It shouldn't, but that's also a theory. I mean, going from everything we know about resonance abilities so far, yes. Did Mia get a second awakening? No, not from what I understand. I mean, I've not seen that mentioned.
Gamatsumi. セブンヒルズのビバーナムティヌスのことか。あ、そうか。わかったぞ。
Why is Kathia's doesn't mark the same place as Yang Yang? Probably because they just like that location, to be honest. I think it's just a thing for Kuro, honestly. And why am I? Why? Why? Am I supposed to go up? Let's go up. I'm an idiot. Okay, now go down. Weird. Is it mark on the belly when? Not a clue. I mean, I think Chishio has one on her abdomen over here, right? It's late? Yeah.
私はいつも
Okay,
走る
take care,
心
Mara.
を忘れちゃいねえ。生まれつき持ち合わせてるものに対する味。時々それが自分を苛むこともある。
Perfrost, yeah, you're right with that quote. You are right.
できるのなら
She did say that.
自由に生きて。
This part here is just Lupa saying that she wants to live free and not be controlled by anything and not to feel
悲しみが
shame for being skilled, for being gifted.
闘技場で失敗した人、私に追いついてこられねえ人、すべての希望を私に託した人だからこそいつも自問してるんだ。もしこの才能がなかったとしても自分の誇りは守れるのかって。生き残るためにルールを破った人を裁く資格が私にはあるのか。
Domina
そ
Julia?
れとも
He's swinging those
これ
hips.
は
Holy
一
fuck.
種の傲慢なのか。でも今はそんな疑問抱いちゃいねえ。相棒は私より何倍も強いのに誰が相手でも平等に接してる。一人で抱え込まずに私を信じてくれた。カルテジアは民衆の望みで何年も塔の中
Yeah,
に
even if
閉
it's
じ込められて
rumors,
た。
then perhaps probably
彼
best
女は
not.
一度もセブンヒルズの地に足を踏み入れたこともねえのに海を渡っ
Just
て
in case, you know.
助けに来てくれたんだ。ミア選手、ミアは共鳴能力が強くねえのに人生という戦場から一度も逃げずに最後まで戦ってた。人の本性は生まれつき決められてるわけじゃねえ。私は人を、そして自分を軽く見てたんだ。そして人の心の闇を理解してると勝手に思い込んでるあんたは傲慢で血も涙もねえ化け物だ。美しいグリフォンの頑丈、私の町セブンヒルズ。セブンヒルズ人によって建てられた町だ。そこに採取も名式も関係ねえ。光があれば影はある。人々は光を必要として追いかける。そしてどうすれば影と共存できるのか学ぶわけだ。ミアもカルテジアもこの島々に育てられてきたリナシータ人の娘だ。どの神のものでもね
It was very Kingdom Hearts, I agree. It did feel more like Kingdom Hearts than anything else. Again, where did that book come from? Like, these books are supposed to be the ones that are controlled by Cristoforo. This is like the timeline of like Mia sacrificing herself, and then the events from several years ago where Flirlis is the Defier. The events of 2.2.
あなたの願いは確かに受け取った。あとは任せて。
Survey, what's stuff to put in the survey. I'll go through that.
すぐには勝てなくても根気よく続ければいい。
This is one of the loops, the one with Katia in there.
信じてるぞ。相棒。
This is one you just saw, like, of Rover sending her into this story. My understanding of this battle here is supposed to be the finale of the Great Aegon, you know? Because she just set up the same arena for the Great Aegon, right? This is supposed to be the actual battle. So this is what should have been overlaid onto reality at the end. Well, my understanding I mean, do you want a monster made of human culture to be beautiful? Yeah. Not Mia though, not Matt. Just from comics. Don't ask. If you took such a script, what could you possibly accomplish? Well, I was not one of the dodges. I wonder if... Yeah, it still works anyway. I was like, would it play out if I just don't complete it? Yeah, it did. Of course it did. I'm just saying. Even if your game over if you failed. Yes, I would have loved it as well. I would have been really happy about that, honestly. To be quite honest. This is like back in the other story.
残念です。今回の脚本はお気に召さなかったようですね。
あなたたちはディナシータで一体何を企んでいる？
マイレディー、これからの展開に
I want to ask, do you guys think this is happening at the same time that this is just happening right now? At this moment? Like that Cristoforo Fleur-Lys thing. Okay, got a question. Lupa! It ties into my previous question though, but still. I'll ask later.
名式の周波数が消えている。よくやったな。
The Thenodian's frequency is gone. Well done, Lupa.
無事に義人様と再会を果たし、セブンヒルズを守りきりました。完璧な騎士物語ですね。少し違うような気が。グラディエーター物語でしょうか。やっと出てこられた。漂白者大丈夫か？
アブ、俺は大丈夫だ。今までどうしてたんだ？
我は、あれ、もうセブンヒルズに着いたのか？お前と話してたら突然薄い膜みたいなものが我を覆ったんだ。周波数が不安定なせいで頭がクラクラして、その上声すら出なくなってそのまま寝込んじゃったよ。
It all finished at the same time? Again, put a pin in that.
知らない女の子もいるぞ。元気な子じゃねえか。相棒の恩替はパタよりもやんちゃみたいだな。我が寝込んでた間に一体何が起きたんだ？そうですね。情報を交換しましょうか。
Let's explain this story's blanks, shall we? Right. So what I wanted to ask is that with those three different storylines that we just saw of Fleur-Lys, well, Cartier, Fleur-Lys, confronting Scar and Cristoforo. Let's just go back here. Where is it? Basically, you got, again, from what it seems like, you guys seem to believe, and again, I'm just like saying this as a way to like set a baseline of what we understand, is that Fleur-de-Lis attacking Cristoforo and Scar, that's happening at the same time of Rover defeating the version of the Thenodian Mia in another timeline, and also of Lupa defeating Thenodian Mia in another timeline. So these three things are all happening at the same time. Cool. In this timeline of Fleur-de-Lis attacking Cristoforo, he has his book. As in the book that controls and modulates the Snorosphere. And then there's also a book that Rover has, which is like open behind him, the big one. And there's also the book in the Lupa timeline as well. How are there several books? The fiction, yeah, the timeline's here. This one eventually, like, usually it ends here. Just like goes along, going boom. There are a lot of books, but none of them should have the power except for the one that Cristoforo is holding, because he's the one that provides the book with the power. The book itself doesn't have power. It's Cristoforo, it's his ability that fuels it, that allows the book to have power. Allows the script to have power. Again, from my understanding of how resonance abilities work. Each book represents one different timeline, that's my guess. That's not how it's been described. It's always been described as each timeline is being a different page in that book. Didn't he give the book to Lupa? He opened the book. Well, shall I just he opened the book. Wuthering Waves. I wish I could just like replay the cutscenes in game, you know? Yeah, it doesn't matter. Again, I'm sorry for doing it. I'm trying to understand things. I'm not trying to do or say anything. I'm just like trying to say, I see this problem or like possible plot hole. So he has his book. This is the one that actually has the power. Correct? Awesome. And then go into this book here. 1 second. Do we see... No. It's in the other one. Before this. Right. So... This is the other timeline. This is the other book. This is another book that Rover... Yeah, I don't know how you open the book and also give Lupa a book at the same time. Wait, in the 4th page, Lupa sit on the floor reading the script. This one here. It's like... I just want to... Can you understand my line of logic? Of... The book should not have power unless it's... Even if there's multiple books. It doesn't matter if there's copies of the book. The book... regardless of his copy or not, should not have power unless it's in the hands of Cristoforo. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I don't understand how the book can have power separate from Cristoforo. Why do I say that? Because that's how all resonance abilities have worked so far in the game. Resonance abilities don't work away from the resonator themselves? What if he can share it at a cost of the weaker effect? But again, that's a possibility. That's a fair possibility. But there's been nothing in the game that hinted towards that. I'm just saying, how? you see what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. That hasn't been a question that's been answered. Of like, how is there multiple books and they all happen to have the same power, even though the power is a resonant ability from the resonator. The book should not have power without the resonator. The book may be a manifestation of Christopher's power, its frequency at the end of it all, but it's unexplained right now. Again, that's all I'm saying. All I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. And again, they say the word overlay, but it's like, is it a case of like, did it start off like this and it grows to become bigger enough to do this? Or was it always like this? Or was it never like this and was it just like this? This is another thing that wasn't, I don't think, fully explained. I don't think this part here was actually clarified, should I say. Is enchanting thingies? Wait for next patch? Yeah, I know, Jinzo, but this is just me. It's like, these sorts of things do trip me up. All actors have the scripts to the play. Sometimes an actor asks the director for changes. Yeah, but they have to ask the director. And Christopher is the director. They can't force the changes without going through the director. The director is the one that makes the changes. Maybe it's because we're still inside the Christopher's sonor sphere, so we can handle his frequency. Perhaps, again, that's another theory. The script is not absolute. In some cases, the director may want you to improvise. Part of the script lies in all involved in the play, which is for love of Rover, Carthea, Lupa, Scar, and Christopher himself. So I had a wait a second, not this one. I had a few questions of. One question I think can be answered, or can be excused, but it never actually was stated. In fact, I'll read this.
セブンヒルズの方向から名式の力の異変を感じた私はすぐに逆さまの塔を出てそれを追いかけました。ただあまりにも急なことだったので、
yeah, again, it's just a possibility. Which severed my contact with the outside world.
そうしてこのソノラにたどり着きました。けれど外界と通信する手段が断たれてしまったのです。その後セブンヒルズで役を失っているレバーを見つけました。しばらく彼女と同行するうちにこの異変を起こした元凶を発見しました。それがしかしルパの存在は劇作家に消されてしまいました。地下の宮殿に行くとミアの体に宿った名ですが私だけでは完全に始末できませんでした。そうして名式は
I was unable to eliminate it
姿を
entirely.
くらましてしまったのです。
It evaded me and went into
そこで私は
hiding.
思ったのです。あなたならきっと異常を察知してセブンヒルズに来てくれると。そしてあ
Regarding
なたが動きやすくなるように手を打とうと考え
hang on
ま
a
した。
sec, I'll bring it up in a moment.
劇作家と戦うことで彼が持つ脚本をコントロールする力を失わせましたが
This was done off screen, I think, because at the point of when we see Flurly's attack, he still has the book and still has control. I battled the playwright, and in doing so, stripped him of his ability to control the script. How? I don't know. I would like to know how. Because controlling the script is literally part of his resonance ability. But she says she did it. I'm like, alright, cool.
フラクトシデスの観察たちは逃がしてしまいました。同時にこのソノラも崩れていったのです。
With a giant blade?
ただ、
I
こう
mean,
して無事に再会
she
できて
attempted to
何
attack
よ
with
り
a
でし
giant
た。
blade and got no diffed by whatever the shield was.
義人様、他に何か聞きたいことはありますか？グローリア・ウェイルにある中枢は祭司が設置したものです。
The central hub within the Veil of Glory was established by the Sentinel, and it appears no one had ever entered it before.
少なくとも2つの条件が必要だと思い
Read
ます。
this!
1つ目は闘技大会で優勝をす
Activating
る
it
こと。
requires two
あるい
key
は
conditions.
祭司に権限を与え
Victory,
られた
which grants the blessing
小金の
bestowed by the
ライン
Lioness
に
of
認め
Glory
られること
through the Sentinel's mandate,
2つ目
and
は
a trace
祭
of
司
the
に由来
Sentinel's
する周波
frequency.
数を所持している
It
こと
needs
で
these
す。
two things. One of the things that could be explained away is saying that Mia did still had the Sentinel's frequency through being controlled by the Thenodian. Possibly. But Lupa, when Lupa went through, she didn't have that ability. Like in her when she mentions it in a moment.
だからこそ名式はミヤさんのことを狙っていたのです。私は物語の中で名式に
But I
重
need
い
to
傷を負わせましたが、
remember that.
中枢の感染は阻止できませんでした。名式は今も
I struck a significant blow to the Thenodian within its story, but because I failed to prevent the corruption of the central hub earlier. It endured, drawing a strength from that source. So the central hub was corrupted, like full-on corrupted. So that's why when we saw earlier with Lupa throwing the spear, I'm not sure if it was like the spear is what corrupts it, or the hub was already corrupted and then the spear just like broke it out like a big piñata.
今まで何度もルパとミヤの姿が重なり合っていた。
I often saw figures of Lupa and Mia overlap.
名式がルパの役を乗っ取ろうとした時に起こる現象なのでしょう。そうすることで名式は中枢を汚染し、そこから義人様、他に何か聞きたいことはありますか？確証があったわけではないのですが、ルパと調査していく中である推論を立てたのです。
That may not be entirely accurate.
物語という形式で作られたソノラの中で、
Again, this part I completely understand. This is
それ
completely
ぞれが
fine.
演じる役の推論が正しければ、
Again, this part here, completely fine. I'm already familiar with this
同
kind
時
of
に自分の
trope.
名前現実世界のミヤさんはもう亡くなっていましたから、そもそも存在するはずがありません。
It was Lupa,
だから
not
ルパ
Mia,
が
who won the 3-day
大会
Aegon.
劇作家によって作られた物語は、実際に起きた出来事と
I suspect the stories
大きく
created by the
食い違っては
playwright
ならないのでしょ
Cristoforo
う。
cannot stray too far from their original
それこ
frameworks.
そ
I'm
彼
gonna
が
just
持つ
turn this
共
down
鳴
a
能
little
力
bit.
に課せられた制限。
A limitation of his resonance ability.
だから彼はルパの名前
This is why he erased Lupa's name, swapping her and Mia's identities. This allowed Mia to summon the Dark Tide upon Septimon.
義人様、他に何か劇作家以外にもフラクトシデス
One with a banded eye, scar across his face, all over and scar.
残
Yep.
念ですが、その二人とはセブンヒルズに集まって何を企んでいる義人様。他に何
That's
か
about it.
名式の周波数はセブンヒルズから消えました
The Thenorian's frequency has vanished from Septimon, but I fear this is far from over. There's something else, perhaps due to the Dark Tide in Sonoro. I can feel my balance shifting. The Thenorian's pull is growing stronger, so she's feeling the pull towards the Thenorian inside her.
今思えば
This could very well be part of the Fraxis plans. You need to head to the Black Shores. Cool. Yep.
名式に長年対応
Don't know to handle what's to happen. Yep.
信頼している場所ならぜひ連れて行って
Right. No. Not cut.
名式の周波数はセブンヒルズから
最初に黒潮が発生したきっかけは
The event that brought forth the Dark Tide, it must have been my death.
あれから物語は何度も
After that, the details of the story blur. It repeated so many times, it's hard to remember everything, so it's happened multiple times. All I remember is wandering the desolate streets in Septimon, corrupted by the Dark Tide, unable to escape until I met Carthea. She saved me, but in that story, we couldn't fully resolve the source of the disaster. Then, in another story, I encountered you, my fellow warrior. After we parted, I awoke in yet another story. After we parted, I awoke in yet another story, in the Veil of Glory, where I finally saw the Thenorian's true form in the submerged aqueducts. So, like, Yeah, that's the one that she goes into. It had taken control of Mia's corpse and was using the Frax's Sonoras to grow its power. After defeating it, the Sonora began to collapse. I passed through the crumbling pages. Again, we saw that. We saw all that. My death? Well, I'll start from the very beginning. My journey was to win this championship. This is like the original loop. The original, without Cartier, without Rover. I'd failed to expose the family's match fixing after being deceived by Domina Julia and winning the title on my own. My memories became a blur. I was probably under some form of control. The last thing I remember was standing in the central hub in the Veil of Glory, pressing my spear into something that resembled a control panel. Then the dark tide began to surge. So, yeah. So she's in the central hub, pressing her spear into a control panel. Whatever that might be. I don't think it's the same thing as the orb thing that we saw her destroy. But so in the first story, she's already been overtaken after she wins. Well, entirely yes. Once she becomes the victor, she's also the same victor as Mia, and that allows Mia to fully overlap, if you want to call it that, Lupa's role. And in that role, I'm assuming it goes to the central hub, gets inside somehow. Again, we're using the assumption here of the Sentinel's resonance frequency still being inside the Threnodian as well at this point, which allows them and grants them access into the central hub, into this fake central hub, not the actual one. How'd she get in with that Sentinel frequency? Again, we're just assuming that it's because it was still like there inside the Threnodian. In the end, all Septon was swallowed by it. I'm not sure where all this started or where the line between reality and I knew Sonora began to blur. I mentioned that she was created after Threnodian merged with Sentinel. Yeah. Again, I'm not disputing it. I'm just saying that's the most likely scenario. In those 3 days of the story where Cartier didn't rescue me, I would always die on the first day, helplessly watching as my home slowly crumbled to dust. Again, always talking about 3 days, and on the first day she dies. Who's Mia? Are you serious? You can't be serious. How about this one? Mia cast herself into the sea. Domina Julia, like, fished her out of the ocean. Don't know how she found her, but she did. Experimented on her, and finally awakened the Threnodian's essence. Threnodian took control of Mia's corpse, turning it into a half-human, half-sea creature monstrosity, and formed an alliance with the Fraxidus. The last trace of Mia's reverberation was forced to be a part of it, tortured and ravaged for decades. Cartier saved me, the one who had lost her role and her memories. We wandered the abandoned city of Septon and pieced together the Fraxis and the Threnodian were the true architects of the chaos. Yet in the end, my role was claimed by the Threnodian, and my body disappeared before Cartier's eyes. Before I was lost to oblivion, Cartier gave me a sliver of her frequency. We saw that. I think that it was that frequency that unknowingly led to our path crossing in the story. Skasaha! Oh, I love Skasaha. Welcome in. Always welcome Skasaha. In fact, I showed on stream the other day, I actually have Skasaha's weapon. Her actual... Any excuse to bust this out, you know? I actually have Skasaha's weapon. Gabolg. I can put in the longer one, but I'm just gonna put the smaller one here. Just fit it up. Again, I'm pretty sure this spear was used as the basis for the design of Lupa's spear. I'm 80% sure. you show us a few moves? Not with this green screen, no. Yeah. I love it. I mean, it's huge. Like, this is just, like, for scale. Like, this is my hand. And I have pretty big hands, you know? So, like, just... It's pretty... Like... Just, like... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's almost as big as my... height. And this is just the smaller... This is just the smaller extension. I've got, like, the longer extension here as well. You know? As my height, it's almost as big as my height. As my height. What were you thinking? Let's take it apart now. But yeah. Is that Lupa's weapon? No, it's Skasaha's weapon. But I'm pretty sure the Skasaha's weapon, the Geibolg, was used as like basis or like heavy inspiration for Lupa's weapon. I'm pretty sure. I'm like I said, 80% sure. Right. Katsuya's blessing was also about 20 years ago? Yeah.
そうだ相棒預かってた脚本と同居本当に長い物がミヤのことを思うここ十数年間化け物と融合していたミヤの残響はきっと苦しい
I'm pretty sure they do. Yeah.
ルパが名式を倒したから彼女の残響は
そうだあんたとカルテジアが助けてくれたから
To rewrite the tragic ending of this story.
相棒それともう一つ 改めてセブンヒルズの中枢に行かなければなりません
Like lore-wise for the story that just happened, that's about everything.
中枢かちょうどいい
But yeah, I actually want to go to inside the central hub. Again, see if there's anything in there I possibly missed. Noah, welcome in. This one here. And sound up.
ルパが消えてから私は実験装置を切り裂き名式を追いかけました名式にコントロールを奪われ行く手を阻む誉れのライオンズを倒した際にここを訪れました
Then I came across this place.
名式が祭司の英知と権限の一部を奪った話はまだ覚えていますか
Alcerunian took on a part of the Sentinel's knowledge and permissions.
祭司から奪われたものは
Well, the Sentinel of the Information Stone was their very memories.
記憶もまた喪失しています祭司自身も忘れているのでしょう
For this reason, even the Sentinel forgot that before merging with the Thenurian, they transferred some of their knowledge to the central hub in Septimon.
インペラトルが忘れている情報
おそらくそれは絶対に知られてはいけない情報です特に名式にはだからこそギリギリのところで一部を切り離したのでしょうね私が見つけた特別な周波数その欠けている部分はあなたの周波数と似ています祭司があなたに残しておいたものだと判断
Well, this is like the ending part of the story, Roanoa. Song's good though.
どうやらこれは導きのようですね祭司が本当に伝えたい情報はここではなくあの方角のようです
Should you win by match fixing? No. Silver tried to match fix it against her in the end, but she still won against that.
元通りになっていましたですが人々の頭の中ではルパと義人様が優勝を手にしているのです
You see, before I came to meet you, I passed by the city of Setmon. The arena I destroyed has been restored, but in the people's hearts, it's still Rover and Lupa who claim victory. Again, this is a case of like, yes, it said it, but why? And but how? Why would that specific loop be the one that was imprinted onto actual reality? Like, how did it affect the reality in the first place? It shouldn't have done that. And if it was going to do that, it should be the final loop, the one that Lupa becomes the protagonist and defeats Mia. That should be the one that becomes the one that imprints onto and overlays onto reality. The last page is the one of Lupa becoming the protagonist. Not this one here. The Fractal's power to reshape reality is deeper than we realize. Again, that's just like crazy shit. Was the Great Aegon did not happen? It did happen. It should have happened. If it didn't happen, then it wouldn't have worked in the first place. Asian guy and like a relaxed. I think you're joking, but this was the true goal, is to get the central hub.
Lupa, セブンヒルズの街をゆっくり見て回りたいので、前に聞かせてくれましたよね。
She's asking Lupa to be the guide. Of course, it might honor. What he needs to do first? Right. I'll let it play out, because the visuals are amazing. Yeah, she didn't go to the Aegon in the last one. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. She restarted the loop before the Aegon happened. You can get her. You can get Lupa. If you swipe. The music has been getting better. I still think I prefer... I really like Lupa's combat showcase music. Incredible. I love it. Really hype. Thoughts on 2.4 story? We'll finish this and I'll go through that in a moment. Ooh, guaranteed pity? Damn. I want Lupa, but I don't have Brent. Should I pull her? Yeah, why not? She's really fun. Although you really should have got Brent. Brent was like stupidly OP. Right. So, just so, again, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. Okay? This is one page. This is another page. This is a third page. This is a fourth page. A fourth loop. Am I correct so far? Just before I continue. I'm not going to continue until I get like a yes or a no, you know? These are the pages. Yep. Alright. As I thought. Cool. Right. This one here. This should have actually started a new loop. Well, 4 pages that we can see, but there's actually like dozens more that we haven't seen. Because Lupa mentioned before that she's done the loop many times. Stories. Well, stories, pages, but yeah, same thing. This last one is the one that gets at least partially overlapped onto reality. My understanding of these parts here, these 3 dots, is that the story plays out as normal. As original. Like without Rover, without Cartithia. So plays out normal, and goes here to the end. Like this is where the final battle should be. Of like the Aegon. So in this one here, there was no battle of Lupa and Rover fighting as a team against others. There was not there wasn't that battle in this one here, because this is a completely new story. This is a completely new timeline, a completely new loop. So if any canonical timeline was going to be overlapped onto reality, it would be this one here. Which, first of all, I'm going to say how, but let's just put that aside. How does it affect reality? But put that aside. You're talking about this line here? Again, I don't know. This just seems really convenient. It just seems really convenient. Because it's been said so far that every time a new loop starts, they always start from the beginning, from the first day, where Lupa has to go through the battle. In this one here, it just conveniently, like an alternate ending. Lucas is just realizing that Wuthering Waves writing is not that good. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that there's a few things here that don't quite make sense. At least to me anyway. At least I'm seeing just like conveniences and seeming plot holes. Because Lupa didn't die, so it's not begin from the start. Possibly. The sky above remained as clear as ever, and everything that had just happened felt like nothing more than a nightmare. Lupa opens her hand, the medal she and the warrior, as in Rover, had earned together, resting in her palm. She takes a deep breath. Again, this is like showing that this happened after Rover and her won the Aegon. Yes. But it's like they said several times that every time a new page starts, a new page always starts from the beginning of the story, from the beginning of those 3 days. This is just very, very convenient. But yeah. Same with line 3, but splits between Rover and Lupa. Again, this is the fight with Rover fighting against Mia. This is Lupa eventually fighting against Mia as well. It didn't start over because she retained all her memories. Possible. Possible. I mean, that's again, guys, that's all I'm saying. There are some things that are in here that haven't been explained or haven't been like even addressed. Like, we're all making assumptions right now as to why didn't it reset? Because maybe this, maybe that, maybe that. Like we don't know. These are all theories, and they're all valid theories. They're all possible. They're all possibilities. Again, these are all possibilities. These theories are all possibilities, and that's my point. I want to have a conversation. Say, why exactly? Like, why did this happen? Was it because of this, or was it because of this? Because we all have our theories, and I just want to have the conversation because I think it's quite fun. I think it's interesting. And I think a lot of us in chat right now think it's quite interesting too. But then there's a lot of people in the community that say, "Oh no, you shouldn't have any questions whatsoever. You shouldn't talk about this at all. You should just praise it. If you have any questions, that's because you're an idiot. You have media illiteracy." I think that's an unfair thing to say, and it just honestly, it sounds a lot like the stuff that I saw addressed to me when I made my criticisms of Honkai Star Rail. To be honest, to be quite honest, I saw a lot of the same things. Like, you don't understand it? Media illiteracy. I saw those exact same kinds of comments from the Hoyo people as I'm seeing right now by people defending this. I'm saying there are questions that need to be answered. Don't get that the story in each loop can seep into each other. I mean, like, some parts, yeah, but they don't actually become, like, it's never been stated so far that they've continued on from a previous loop. Seeped through, like, parts of this can seep into another one. Yes, they've done that. They've explained that, and that's completely fine. But they've never. This is the first time they've had something that just conveniently has a continuation. You know? Because nothing made it so. Yeah. Every time it's always been a fresh loop from the start. Fresh loop from the start. Fresh loop from the start. This is the original source, the one from 20 years ago with Mia, where she, like, offs herself. On the third page ending. This is something that we didn't see in a cutscene or anything like that. This is Fullova taking the teardrop-shaped, water droplet-shaped gem from Mia's helmet that I pointed out. It's so convenient or just unexplained. Again, that's all I'm saying. It's just weirdly convenient, just for the sake of, like, Deus Ex Machina, or unexplained. It loops from the start because she dies in the previous loop. Did we see that part? This part here? No, we didn't see that part. We just got this. We need more cinematics in the story itself than cinematic trailers, in my opinion, so we can understand what's going on. Because Lupa's cinematics had almost nothing to do with the story. Well, I understand it well enough, so I rest my case. Zilla, I know you're joking. People didn't call out or question Genshin, and look what happened, guys. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Zella. Right, so let me just get these done. Not on the fire set, not on the fusion set, no thanks. You getting tired? We're gonna go. I'm gonna go through what's it? Survey stuff. Very quickly, if possible. I'll do the rest of it later. Your link? I'm gonna look for it. Ah, true. You talk about the Forlova stuff here. Got it. One second.
もう傷だらけになりながら突撃する。
So this is at the end of
素敵なシナリオですね。
quest.
しかし、この物語をあなたが手に入れたところで、
One second. Hold up. Even if you took such a script, what could you possibly accomplish? Hecate.
何の役に立つでしょうか。ヘカテ。
She stole it, but like no. If we go, this is before Septimon, and then after these events, he has his book again. The follow pages for next patch. Am I wrong? You're probably right. I think you're like 99% right. It just seemed that way. Man, just write a new one, but again, it's like he's saying you can't do anything with the book anyway. You can show people what he's written so far, but they can't control it. You can't do anything with the book, even if you have it in your hands. But yeah. Feedback list. A comprehensive list of feedback given and contributed by the community for Wuthering Waves version 2.4. So there's some stuff here, stuff that you can like all put into your, like put this in the survey, right? Put it in the survey. Put it in the survey. So, first one here, I mean, I'm in the way, I do apologize about it. I'll read it out loud. First one, quests QTE. The part in the main quest requires minimal player interaction, as in minimal as in zero. Zero player interaction to the point where quick time events QTEs automatically complete even when failed. As a result, players found themselves merely watching the character progress through the section without any input on their part. Make yourself too smaller. I'm huge in all sorts of ways, but I can do that if you want. So, yeah. Oversimplifying gameplay elements risk alienating players by assuming they are incapable of handling challenges. This particular section feels disappointingly passive and lacks the engagement expected from an interactive experience, and also lacks the engagement from Kuro, to be honest. Like, at this point in the game, if you've gotten to like 2.4, you've already been playing through the game for several hours at the very least, maybe a few dozen hours. And if you're playing the game for that amount already, you should have enough experience to, I don't know, press a button at the right time, no? What's wrong? Hi. So, yeah. I actually saw some people defend this, saying, well, what about like casuals? You think casuals can't press a fucking button in time? You realize that this game is meant for like 13 and above, right? It doesn't make sense at all. So, no. Just make it actually mean something. And also, like we saw just in the 2.4 as well, where you got to press the button several times. Like you got to press the button several times. Again, you don't have to. You can just like leave it and it'll still clear. Cool. Great. I mean, Temple Run is a mobile game that's been around. And again, the people say, what about mobile players? What about them? If they can press their screen to fight monsters and fight battles and such, then they can press their screen enough to jump from one platform to another, no? No? Story treats players like kids, so QTE reflects that. Again, I don't think that's a good enough excuse. Again, because like I said, 13 plus. and this is a proposed fix to that. Allow players to select their preferred playstyle when encountering similar QTE scenarios in the future. Auto will automatically progress the story. Oh god. Auto. Sorry, I'm kidding. Auto will automatically progress the story without waiting for the user input, while having manual will give players a more hands-on approach for these types of quest challenges. Or having a skip button for those who simply wish to skip the next part may be a valid option as well. For this part which is actually supposed to be gameplay, I would not agree with skip button, but I would agree with either manual or auto. But again, I do think like games have been babying players far too fucking much. To the point of like they're treating players as if they are 5-year-olds that have somehow just recovered from a stroke. This level of babying is kind of disgusting, honestly. Next. Synthesis upgrade. Currently, synthesizing gold mats requires purple ores, which in turn require blue, and blue mats are synthesized using green materials. This multi-tier dependency adds unnecessary friction to the crafting process. I suggest adding a quality of life feature where if a required material, e.g. purple, is unavailable, the game can automatically substitute it with a necessary amount for the next tier material, i.e. blue, adjusting the quantity accordingly. This would streamline synthesis without breaking balance, as the increased material cost would still reflect the original crafting path. Again, I think this is pretty cool. I think this is a good idea. Essential materials. As we move into the story, more new regions is expected to be revealed. That said, players need to go or unlock the new region to get most new characters' essential materials, e.g. Lupa, Carthia, etc. This makes it hard for new players to level up their characters where essential materials only exist within that region, as they will be required to unlock it by reaching a certain point in the story. Suggestion: make a small amount of essential materials purchasable in the shop in early regions, i.e. Jinzhou, or be given as a reward during an event in the same patch. I would go for the given as a reward during the event in the same patch, but not for the early regions. Personally, anyway. This gives players an option to upgrade their character without the need to breeze through the main quest. Again, it depends. Like, as long as you get to the region, you could ignore the main quest and just collect them, because I didn't do the main story quest at all for Lupa, but I still got the Bloodleaf Viburnum, and I didn't really do anything for Carthia either. I did the quest insofar as unlocking the new region, which was like, it took 10-15 minutes or something like that, which I think is reasonable, but I get it, but it's not a big thing, you know? Trial experience. Currently, the trial sessions feel too short to properly evaluate new characters, especially those that rely on team rotations or synergy with their teammates. In many cases, enemies are already defeated before a full rotation of skills can be completed, which limits the opportunity to understand the character's full potential. Suggestion: consider extending the... Okay, I'm going to say no on this one. What I'm going to say is like, right. When you've got a... where is it? Where? You got this part here. Tutorial for Showkeeper. Continue? Or... Tutorial for Junshi. Continue? Oh. This here should be a combination of both this part here that you do, and also the actual tutorial of like the actual mechanics tutorial. Like, you go into here, you get taught, maybe don't go into this area, you get taught the mechanics, like how you're supposed to do like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. You get taught the mechanics like this, and then as it does after this, then it has a thing. Might be because it's not available before obtaining the character. Again, I'm saying like they should have this in the trial phase, of having it in the trial section. That part should be in this part here. In this I can't do it again. It should be in this trial. This one. Like, so when I go in here, it shows you, it says this, cool, all well and good, but then after you click, stop it, then it shows you, oh, okay, click basic attack to do the single basic attack rotation. But right now, as it is, it's just like, it gives you a team to play with, which is cool, I guess, but like, I'm thinking this part here with the team should be at the very, very, very end. You should go into this area and be given the trial, 1 second. I don't have Lupa on this account, unfortunately. I have her on my other account. But I think you guys know what I'm talking about. That'll be my counterpoint. Event tab organization. The current layout of events tabs can become cluttered as it displays both completed and ongoing events without clear distinction. This often leads to unnecessary time spent clicking through each event to determine its completion status. True, like just put them into another section and say cleared and there's nothing there or whatever. Weather control options. I haven't really heard much of this, but alright. The newly added weather effects, such as rain in Septemon, are a visually impressive enhancement that many players with capable hardware would like to experience more consistently. However, the current system relies on random weather triggers, which can make it difficult to fully enjoy these effects. Suggestion, just put a weather control. I don't know where they put it, but... Alright. Add pity counter to the convene page. Yes. Moving on. Remove limit in weekly challenge. I don't know about this one. I don't know if you're talking about if you're saying yes to this one. Pity counter. Yeah, okay. You're not saying yes to. You're saying yes to the pity counter. Yeah. Exactly. This one I disagree with. For me, this is where they should implement more hard limits to the character progression, in my opinion. Right now, as it stands, people are arguing that the echoes, or the building echoes, should be where the character progression limit is being implemented, i.e. with using your wave plates to get echo experience and or tuners. I don't agree with that. I think the character progression should be limited to this page here. This is where the character progression limit so people don't, or at least it takes longer to build characters, to max the characters out here. I think this is where it should be. Personally. This is where the limit, this is where the cap should be. Not on echoes. That's just my personal preference. Again, it's an opinion. Again, with this cost here, this limit here, you have to like choose which one you want to do. It sucks, I get it, but I think this is where they should make the limit. Issue with 4-star character weapons. Again, we just need more. We need more 4-star characters, and we need better 4-star weapons. Just in general, that's yes. They could make Yan playable. They can make her playable. I want to keep calling her why am I forgetting? Zoya from Path to Nowhere, because she looks like Zoya from Path to Nowhere. They could make him playable. They could make him playable. They could make I think they're making Booling playable, to be fair. They could make a butler type character for Cantarella playable. They could make one like that. I would love Rosemary to be playable. True. Margarita to be playable. True. Yes. There's so many characters that could just make playable, and they don't. And I've seen some people argue against making characters like Margarita or like Rosemary playable because they say that they like having NPCs with distinct designs. I'm like, cool, but when it gets to a point when you have distinct designs for NPCs, but no new 4-star characters like, at all, then I think it's more important to have more 4-star characters than that. And again, we can have both too. They've got no limits of character designs. It wouldn't be that hard to create an NPC design that looks distinct, unique, and also have these characters which are like 4 stars. Yeah, PGR did the same thing as well. Like, what's her face? What's her name? Bob? No. Like the engineer girl. There's an engineer girl in PGR. She got like a lot of people saying that they want her to be playable, and they made her playable, which was pretty cool. We haven't had any 4 stars since 2.0, which is insane. 2.0? Which 4-star character did you get in 2.0? Bridget, that's the one. Thank you. Not Barbara. 4-star character in 2.0. Who? Rini, I think you mean, yeah, 1.4. 1.4. Last one was Lumi, yeah. Lumi from 1.4. Yeah. That's kind of nuts. The rat. Oh yeah, we haven't had any releases so far. I mean, it seems we're gonna get Buling, but until they confirm it, no idea. Anything else in here? Let's go top. Any more? Cool. Although I want to add claim all button. The claim all button is really scattershot. Like, some events have a claim all button, and some events don't. I don't know why. Does anyone know why some events have a claim all button and some don't? Now we need more 5-star males and 4-star males. I'm a bit too tired to get into that conversation right now, I'll be quite honest. I'll be quite honest. I agree, but I'm not going to get into it right now. Jesus Christ. You're trying to kill me. To synthesize Ascension boss materials. Pretty cool. Add flight to other regions except Riasita. I think for Huanglong from the other regions, flight should be unlockable after you clear a certain percentage of the region. If you clear, I think, let's say about 75% or 80% of the region as a whole, as the entire region, like 75 or 85% of Huanglong, then it unlocks flight. But just being unlocked straight away, I'm not sure. The reason why I say that, though, is because for Huanglong and Black Shores and Mount Firmament specifically, is that they were designed with some puzzles, like exploration puzzles, in mind for you to do certain mechanics, like certain triple jump mechanics, etc. And if you have flight in there, it just makes all those puzzles completely irrelevant. So I think unlockable after a certain amount would be pretty cool. But they do need to make it. I think they should make it available in other regions eventually. The thing though that I want the most from for the other regions isn't even flight. The biggest thing that I want for the other regions, like Huanglong, Mount Firmament, all that, isn't even flight. It's this. I want this, where I can click on that, and then it would show me the where to find it. Do I still have a region that I can't do that? No, I've done them all. But like on here, you can click on that and go to track, and it will show you. It will track you. Okay, go to this area. You can do that there. I would love this quality of life This exploration quality of life is what I want the most for Huanglong, Mount Firmament, which is part of Huanglong, and Black Shores. A ranks in PGR are only coping at the end, and they are released only 2 ranks last year in CN. That sucks. To add more into the why you need more 4-star characters, I've gone into more depth into it about it before, but you need 4-star characters to be basically a knockoff version of the 5-star characters. So that's why we're having issues, why we're having some certain issues in the community of people thinking that Kuro is being greedy by making synergies between 5-star characters of, like, just say for example the Lupa team. Lupa, Brant, Changli. You can't really replace any of these characters except with another 5-star character because of the way that their mechanics work. Same thing for area erosion. You can't. We've got like Karthia and Shikona. You could also add Aero Rover in there, but maybe you want Aero Rover for another team. We need knockoff versions of Aero Erosion type characters. And same thing for Spectral Frazzle too, with Zani and Phoebe, for example. Lupa sales don't look good. I've no idea. I've not looked. Might be a little bit too early, perhaps. I'm not too sure. Sanhua and Mortfi are pretty good characters, but they Mortfi is a good character to put in. Like, he works well in a 5-star team for Jian, and Sanhua works really well in a 5-star team for Camellia, for example. I've not looked at sales because honestly I don't care. I've never really cared, unless it gets to the conversation of like ranking wise. What about Lupa with Chishia? Like not impossible, not bad, but like. 1 second.
あなたがそう望むのなら。
今日も京都で人助け。
Increases the fusion damage, which is cool. But like, 1 second. Forte circuit. It's all classed as fusion damage. Oh, well, no, sorry. Classed as resonance skill. So Lupa. Which one does Lupa? 1 second. I'm having a bit of a brain fart right now. Which one's Lupa buffs Brant? Brant buffs Changli. Wait, hang on.
公平な戦いを公平な戦いを怪我しちゃいけねえ。
Basically, yeah. So Lupa buffs Brant. Brant buffs Changli. Changli buffs Lupa. So to get the most benefit out of Chishia, you would still want Brant. So Lupa doesn't really do anything for Chishia, really, except for just a bit of this fusion damage here, which a lot of other characters can also do. Like, as in, like, what I mean by that, before I have people like jumping down my throat. For example, let's just go to Sanhua. For like 4-star characters here, if you get like this part here, increases enemy members' attack by 10%. Just stuff like that. There are other characters that can give her somewhat the same kind of buff, like 10% damage, 20% extra damage, but you get the max damage of like having a fusion basic attack. So Lupa is best paired with Brant. Fusion Shred, okay, fair Fusion Shred, but like that's, you're still not getting the full of everything, you know? Dedicated training room, we've already gone through that. Claim all, Depths of the Realm, yep. Food. Less unnecessary screens on Echo upgrades. Yeah, I've already said before that I think the databank section. In fact, can I come back up? Am I good to be here now? I've said multiple times. I think this should just skip directly into this. Like, no one's. I don't think anyone's really doing 5 at a time anymore. Everyone's always doing batch merge. No, just generally speaking. So. Skip this, go directly into this, remove this counter of 100, or at least allow you to exceed 100. Maybe select all, or maybe have a few buttons here. Select 100, select 200, select 300, select all. Something like that, maybe. Perhaps. And then on here, I think there should be another thing on the icons which tells you what the main stat is. So from here we can see it's a 1 cost and it's on the fusion set. Cool. But is it a 1 cost that I want? I'd have to go, like, click on 1. Well, here you can do like that. But like when you... One second, let me just batch merge. It's like, oh, don't really care. When you do this, you see the set and the whatever it is, but I cannot see the main stat unless I go 1, okay, 2. So I have to click 1 and I have to like open every single one of them individually to see if it's one that I want. I would like it if it's possible to have an auto lock, like if it's attack percent or crit damage, crit rate, main stats, or if this, then that. Again, that's getting into more granular shit though. If it's fusion set, then also add a lock onto fusion main stats. I don't know. But I would like to, at the very, very least, to be able to see what the main stat is at this point here. So I can say, attack, no. Defense, no. Attack, okay. Oh, attack here. Okay, cool. No, it's defense. Fuck. But I would like to see something at this point here. Does that make sense? And I think this one here, you have to do each one individually. I think this could also go for a batch modify thing as well. No? Like you could like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, select them all and modify and change them all to crit damage and change them all to crit rate or whatever it is. They just mentioned they're working on auto lock discard, not trash feature. Again, it's not in the game so far. I'm saying if they're working on it, cool, but this is just another suggestion until it actually does make its way into the game itself. Again, I think this one could also go for a batch modify function. And I still think, I don't care what anyone says, I still think we should be able to modify substats at the very, 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 very least. Just one. Just one substat, for the love of God, please. Just let us modify just one. I'm not asking for the world. Can we just modify one substat? Like, maybe the... You know? Like here, if you've modified an echo for the main stat, you can't modify it again, from what I understand. The day we can modify substats is the day all echoes are going to suffer. What? Because we're going to be farming them a lot? Is that what you mean? If that's what you mean, then yes. And also, on this part here, you can only track one at a time. So if I want to track for freezing frost, and I want to go for 3 costs, I can only track for this one at a time and detect it. I think they should allow you to, because sometimes you'll track one and these like group together or very close together or something like that. But you track one, it'll say, "Oh, you're done. Go to this other location." I'm like, no, you should be able to like track multiple, like select multiple and track them all. Like, whichever one's closest, it'll show you whichever. If I select one 2, 3, 4, 5. I track 5, and it'll show me whatever's closest of any of these 5. For like the overworld farming. This could also be another fantastic thing for overworld farming. I think so, anyway. Is it true that leveling echoes will change, or is it just some false rumors? False rumors, I think. I have no idea. I've not heard anything. I do not look at leaks. I don't even listen to rumors of leaks. I have no idea. So until they change the ecosystem in any considerable way, I will continue to provide possible solutions to the databank system, the ecosystem, stuff like that. Lots of backtracking. Exactly. It sucks. And also, another thing that I don't really get. We have this page here. But then we also have this page here. You know? I'm like, do we need this page? Can we not just like track from this page? Like if I hold, like, click on that, it shows us, goes to this page and shows us that. But like, maybe they could do it where, like, if you click and hold, you know, like in Peaks of Prestige, where they've got like a little magnifying glass here for non-echoes. Okay, on that point, 1 second, does it show you here? This is something that they overlooked, I think. This is something that they overlooked. Because with these new sets, Flaming Claw Print, Windward Pilgrimage, etc., etc., you can get boxes which unlock these from the gladiators. I think they should also include the gladiators in this section somewhere. Because it's difficult to find gladiators. Like, even like from that page, 1 second, guidebook, I think, yep. Because you can't, there's no search function. Is there? Like, you can do a filter function. What about search? What if I know the name of the thing that I want to fight? Can we get a search? Like you can type, I want to search for this. Like this one here. I know it's got gladiator in the name. What if I can just like, search for gladiator and see all the gladiators? All the predators. All the warriors. All the prisms. And for Flirties, we get her sword and not herself? Yeah. There's still a lot of things that I think needs to be tweaked. You know? I still think that we should be able to, like, change these layouts. If I just imagine, like, on your phone, like, when you, like, click and hold, and you can, like, move them around. I think you should be able to, like, click and hold. And then, like, they start jiggling, like, on the iOS. Jiggling. And you can like, rearrange them. Because why the hell is map on this second page when it should be like one of the first page ones? Like, I would rather have map on this front page than tutorials. I would rather have map on this front page than friends, for example. I would rather have map on this front page than synthesis or whatever. Like, being able to like rearrange the icons on here would be a better, which would be a good thing, I think. You know? So, remove RNG subsets or make them like NTE, or make them like Artnest Infield. I'll just wait for an UI rework before that happens. We'll see. I don't know if they're going to do that, but like again, I don't know what they're doing. You're still trying to hit 70% crit rate for Camellia? Camellia, yeah, same. Same. I've only got 55%. And I've been trying to build her since I fucking got her in 2.0. It's with a 4 out of 4. 4 out of 5. Well, 6 out of 5 if you want to count that. Crit rate, crit damage. Crit rate, crit damage, no crit rate on this one. Crit rate, crit damage. And nothing on this one. It's been fucking pain. I'm not even kidding. I'm really tired of it. So, yeah. Arcolata? What? Who did you say? Who? Oh, Camellia. Oh, wait, Camellia. Oh, sorry. Yeah. What's my Camellia like? Is Camellia on this account? True. Sorry, I don't know why I read it as Carlotta. Oh, Camellia's on my other account. Sorry. But yeah, sorry. I read it as Carlotta for some reason. I think it might be because I was too busy, like, just thinking about the Rena Cita characters. Excuses, but like, again, it's been 6 months, and I've still just got this build. There's so many C characters in Wuthering Waves, no? There's so many characters beginning with C. Right, so I think that's about it for today. Thank you all very much for being here. Like I said, still a few questions I haven't had answered. I think, like, precisely which one is it? We've got people that believe in this one, and believe in this one. I'm like blah 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 blah. And what's the deal with like the several different books? Silver's controlling of the dark tide, at least insinuated so, but not really guaranteed. Yeah, there's been a few things that I think haven't been answered. I think one that I could excuse, the one thing I could excuse that I thought was a possible issue, is how was Mia and how was Lupa getting into the hub without Rover. That could be explained with it containing a piece of the Sentinel through in the Thenodian, but okay, fine. That's completely fine. So yeah, guys, thank you very much for being here, and I'll see you next time. I am very, very tired. Take care. Peace.